You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Hi. Hello, mic test. Oh, okay, sorry. Hello, mic test. Oh man, you can just use the link from Kid. The link here.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Today it's gonna be pretty much only the last game might drag, but the rest are okay. Yeah, Paws is gonna be insane right now, cause they just won Impunity, yeah? Yes, sir. Tomorrow I'm not casting that either. Tomorrow will be, I think, Kid.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull circle. Predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve.
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull circle,
predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea! You're not welcome at my beach! Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach! Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings! Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging steam. Victory.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Wildcard King Series 2025. We are here at the second last day of the regular season. We have some interesting games lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. But firstly, I am Moman and followed by Dash Cass. Dash, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, really happy that we have this day again of Honor of Kings. I was just here yesterday. And again, this will be another day of us casting some Honor of Kings, some WKS, and the teams that we have right here in the Wildcard King series. And I'm really excited on the games that we're going to have today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, of course, I did face a bit of disappointment, right? Impunity lost to Paws Gaming, but of course, they're not out of the league just yet. This is just for placements. So the top two, very important, and I feel that the top two has been currently cemented in terms of league standings, right? It's going to be Fearless Esports, it's going to be Paws Gaming, because currently, they have not lost a game, but for them to face off, that's going to be happening tomorrow. But taking a look at the league standings here.
Yeah, the league standings, you still have Fearless and Paws, as you said, at the top. There's no way that Ultra Rare Esports would get close to that. That's why these two are already in for the playoffs. So now, all the teams right here are just fighting for their spot on the 6th place. See you soon, Team Max, Paradise Esports, and even Pro Esports are still up for contestation on that 6th place spot. So they still have to be careful on losing some of the games that they're going to be having today and tomorrow.
Yeah, but something about getting third place is also important, right? As third place, you get to go up against the 6th seed. Meanwhile, if you're in 4th place, you go up against the 5th seed during the play-in stage. So this is going to be very interesting as the rankings really settle down. But as we can see, Ultra Rare Esports and Impunity, they're still fighting for that third place. And I'm very surprised that Ultra Rare Esports are at third place right now. I'm very happy for these boys.
Yeah, currently they are at the 3rd place. I think this is going to be their glory for now until Impunity Esports would get their match later on. So I think this is a good spot. They can take a screenshot of this, post it right there, and it's already a good thing that they got here. Honestly, this is a new team, and they got to 3rd place on their first try in the WKS, and that says something about this team, Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, we can see the evolution of the teams in the region as well. Hopefully more teams come to grab this opportunity to go to KWC, because at the end of things, right, when we go into playoffs, the stakes are at hand. There's only going to be one team going into that World Cup.
Yeah, and looking at the match that we have today, it's going to be Impunity and See You Soon as our first match. You know what? The audience prediction here will be in the side of See You Soon, because I know that the Cambodian squads have a lot of fans, and that's why during audience predictions, they always are at the top.
Hey, Impunity, they have a lot of fans as well, right? And I've heard news about Impunity as well. They do have a bit of following in the Burmese region. So, of course, a lot of people are looking at them. Maybe not in the English stream. Maybe they are in the Burmese stream, because we do have a Burmese stream for WKS. But, of course, as you said, 60% to 40%. Yeah, we're 10% short.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports also has this, right? On the last time that we've seen them yesterday, they also were at 40%, which is always surprising for me, because they always are at that point, 40%, even Impunity, which is okay. But most of the time, even against stronger teams, we see the Cambodian teams really take the lead when it comes to audience prediction. That just says a lot about the Cambodian fans that we have.
And for you guys, of course, today we are going to have a lot of gift codes lined up. So prepare your phones, ladies and gentlemen. This is first come, first serve. So when you see the codes coming up during the games, you want to go into the menu on the bottom left of your HOK app. And then you will find the community center. And then you click on that CD key. And you get ready to key in the code, because that code is not going to last there for long.
Yeah, it's going to be just a bit. It's going to take a time. And also, there's only one person who will be able to key it in. So, yeah, everybody should be ready about those gift codes. And also, everybody should be ready about these matchups that we're going to have today, especially the last one. The last one is the most spicy, because Pro Esports will be fighting against Team Max. And one of them will get their first ever series win after that one. But before that, let's introduce the voice from Impunity Esports. It's X-Hero, Jimmy, Shaolin, Up, and Megami. One thing about this squad, they were the strongest during the last wildcard, but right now, they lost against the former second and third place of the last wild card.
Yeah, and during that, of course, they did lose a lot of momentum going in as a top 2 seeds. But going into these playoffs, I mean, generally it's going to be them getting that third, fourth seed. That first, second seed is already given to Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming, who are undefeated. But now, fighting for tournament life is going to be See You Soon here, because Peanut on the Clash lane, One Real Boy on the jungle, Takumi on that mid lane, Immune on that farm lane, and Furlan on the support. This is going to be super important, right? If they can get a little bit of points, this might push them ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I think getting the win here, or at least getting a game against Impunity Esports, will be really important, just so Team Max wouldn't be able to follow through. Because if Team Max would get the win later on our next match against Pro Esports, they're gonna be in concession of that spot of See You Soon. So they have to be really careful about this one, and they need all their powers to get close to that, or to cement themselves at the 6th place.
Yeah, and the head-to-head stats coming in, of course, it's a bit unfair to really compare these two, because Up is someone who had a lot of experience in the Chinese region, and of course now he's an import playing for Impunity, and definitely he had a lot of great wins during the regular season, right? Compared to Immune, See You Soon, their scoreline isn't just that good.
Oh, yeah. And it's going to be really hard. But looking at this, they still had a lot of kills, a lot of assists in the team. They do have a bit of deaths just because of their losses. But again, it's going to be advantage to the side of Impunity, because we talked about Up and how strong he is in the farm lane. And he currently is still holding that spot, unless they're going to be talking about the marksman from Paws Gaming, and even for Fearless, Impunity is just going to be up there.
Yeah, I mean, top 3, right? Top 3. But definitely, it's more important heading into that playoff season, because he has to be number 1, because there's only one person going into that KWC. So very important that when you revisit your strategies. Currently, we are at best of 3s. When we go into playoffs, it's going to shift. It's going to become best of 5s. So there's a lot of stamina involved. There's a lot of versatility in drafts involved, and they might still be testing things out. But look at the banter coming through from both teams.
That's actually crazy. X-Hero just going in for the jugular with this. See you next season. Bye-bye. Because you know what? If they lose here, that's going to be see you next season, actually, for the side of See You Soon. But now, with Immune, he's actually answering here.
Yeah, I mean, no favorites here. Just quick reminder that See You Soon runs the show. And, I mean, for them, See You Soon, well, in the tournament, well, regular season, they're still at 6th place, right? If they lose here, do they actually get out? No, they do have a game against Team Max tomorrow as well. So there is a chance of redemption for them. They can get a 2-win streak going. So yeah, we're looking at that. But Pro Esports versus Max is going to be a toss-up there as well, as they are fighting for points. So these 3, the points will be very close. But what we can say for sure is that only one team from Cambodia is going to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Only one team is going to be there. Might be See You Soon. It might be Team Max. Team Max, during the last showing that I've seen them, they actually were really strong. Yesterday's game was actually really close, and I wasn't expecting that to happen. They were able to get one game out of one other team, which is Paradise Esports, and I was surprised about that performance. Even Ken said that he doesn't know who these guys are, because these guys are too strong for what they did here, and also with the record that they're showing.
Yeah, and as we go later and later into regular seasons, I mean, teams are starting to find their synergies. It seems like, yeah, for WKS, it's a one-off event for these guys, so they haven't been playing much. And I've heard news that, well, they don't have much community tournaments to play in. That's why they are only playing for WKS, and this is the time that the teams have been formed for WKS. So there's a lot of miscommunication issues there, and I still feel that, yeah, is getting to the later season, but it might be a bit too late, right? Later season is not enough, especially in the first few stages where you had to rack up those points. And now with the teams that actually racked up the points, we're going to have a later showing of Paws Gaming versus Paradise Esports, and we will see what a very synergized team can do versus a team that has just been formed. And something like See You Soon, I feel that, well, they've been shifting their roster a lot, right? Micha, he moved away from See You Soon, and then now he's in Pro Esports. Now See You Soon, they did win Pro Esports though.
Yeah, and one thing that I love about the competition so far, especially with the changes that we had from the last wildcard, the players shifting teams, the players changing things, I love that during this season, they learned a lot. They learned a lot that could actually help them for the next season after KWC. So at least now, even if they won't be able to qualify, they have the next, how many months is that? 2 months to actually practice before they go to the next Wildcard King series. So they have a lot of time to get there, to get to pristine form, to challenge the top 3.
Yeah, and definitely from one of the top contenders, Impunity, well, they have given a bit of leeway to the Hong Kong/Chinese region. And I feel that, top 2 really belongs to them at this point because they've been performing extremely well. But the addition of these 2 teams into WKS, what does that mean for the rest of the league, right? It feels like teams have been leveling up in terms of drafting. Teams have been leveling up in terms of decision making as well. And we start to see them emulate some of these plays.
Yeah, they have been, especially Impunity, emulating some plays from the top regions is also something that I've seen from them. And I like that these teams have been learning a lot. They have been learning how to play around with it. And I kind of like that other teams, also the Cambodian teams, the only Laos team that we've had is actually really strong. Paradise Esports is really gunning for that play-in spot. And I like that we're seeing them in this different light and they're really, really growing as a team.
Yeah, in terms of league standings, definitely. For if you're the bottom 4, your points are all so smushed together that any single win might propel you to be that 5th or 6th position. Of course, that 5th or 6th position is not a nice position to be in because 6th position during play-in, you will be playing against the 3rd position. And 4th and 5th, they will be going against each other. And after you win the play-in stage, well, who's waiting for you? The top 2 seeds, Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming.
Yeah, especially if you're going to be fighting against them early on, it's not going to be a good feel. Especially, it's going to be next week. All of those games are going to be next week. The play-ins are going to be starting at June 6th. June 7 is the start of the brackets that we have. It's going to be 4 best of 5s in one day. So that is going to be a lot of things all together for the teams, not just for us. Even the teams are going to be playing a lot of times during that period.
Yeah, especially if you are in the loser brackets, you are expected to play consecutive matches. So if you find yourself a victim of the double elimination system and you find yourself in that lower brackets, you're not going to have a good time. So definitely it's time to start preparing right now for the best of 5s. And we're going to start to see teams becoming extremely serious as they want to get that play-in spot, right? Especially for the Cambodian teams. Well, it's all that knowledge has been taken in. It's time to seep it in and actually apply it on the battlefield.
Yeah, and something that I've really understood from most of our teams, right? What I really like about them is that here in the WKS, we have a lot of different metas. We have Luna getting banned every time. We have Pei getting insta-banned most of the time. And that's something that you don't see a lot in other regions. And I like that we have a lot of mixed-up metas that we have based on what region we are playing at. And that's good. Honestly, once we have everybody in KWC, we're going to be seeing them play different metas and we're going to see the most effective one out of all of this.
Yeah, the pool of metas joined here. I mean, I believe we have 4 different regions, 4 different representatives here, and they're all fighting for that one slot, right? There's 4 different countries, and of course, in the end, only one of them will make it, which meta really stands the test of time. And it feels like, well, for 4 of them, they might have new opportunities to keep re-exploring and keep fighting against each other during this regular season. Of course, they only get one best of 3 round robin. So there's not going to be an extended series for this. Usually we see a dual round robin, but this time it's only of 3 round robin. So there's not going to be an extended series for this. Usually we see a dual round robin, but this time it's only one for WKS because they timing to actually prepare for that meta. Now, what we've seen so far, I feel that, well, if it were up to me, I would love to see either Impunity or Paws Gaming on that slot. I mean, Fearless Esports, they've been holding back quite a bit, but of course, they are still the top team. But Paws Gaming, well, they are extremely flashy, man.
Oh yeah, Paws Gaming has been very flashy. They have been the most, for the regions that I've seen, I think they have been the most aggressive when it comes to their playstyle. They have been like feast or famine type of playstyle ever since, and I love it. Most of the time, it's just feast. And it's good that we have seen that from Paws Gaming because they haven't lost a single game. This has been working even with the likes of Impunity Gaming from yesterday. So this is actually good that this is working out for them. I just hope that against Fearless, they have been hiding some strats so that when they meet each other tomorrow, they will be showing that they actually learned something from their loss in the qualifiers against Fearless.
Yeah, and I mean, for them, does it really affect them that much tomorrow? Because they are facing off tomorrow, but there's no threat of Impunity anymore getting that top 2 spot, right?
Yeah.
So they can't continue to hold their strats. So yeah, tomorrow we might see either the clash, or we might just see, just a handshake here or there. And yeah, we're not gonna show off too much of our strategies because we're keeping them for playoffs. We're keeping them for best of 5s, and that's gonna be more important because the other team might not know what we're up to,
especially for the playoffs, considering that they're already there, both of them. So just whoever is going to be going for the first place and the second place is the question. So if ever they get to the second place, this will be something that I'm kind of excited for, because with what they need here for the second place, they're going to be fighting against the team that they already beat at this point. At least both of them already have beaten those teams that they are going to be fighting once we head into the playoffs on a best of 5, that is. And that's way harder for teams that don't really have a big hero pool. So that's going to be quite a challenge for them.
Yeah, of course. And for those of you that are here, we're still waiting for the players to join the game. So, of course, we're going to give them a bit of time, but you're going to have to hear us continue talking about WKS just a little bit, right? And now we are already at the second last day of that WKS regular season, where these teams are going to cement in their positions. And these positionings are very important, especially going off into that playoff stage for the best of 5s, where they will determine through the best of 5s, the grand battle, the grand finals. I mean, it's going to have an ultimate battle best of 7 system, and the players are already on that screen. And these are the potential players that you will see on that final stage as well. And Impunity, I mean, they're currently top 4, gunning for top 3. And for See You Soon, they're fighting for tournament life.
Yeah, it's always one real boy that I see whenever we have See You Soon. And he's always on the left side most of the time. I'm just really surprised that there's only 2 of them now on their place. But I would love to see a lot more, because so far from what you've seen from Impunity, they always are playing in this one table. And the coach is there to guide them out when it comes to the drafting. And I love to see that this feels homey where they are playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the Impunity gaming house just looks very chill, right? It looks like the dining table where they get together and just have meals together.
Yeah, they're gonna be having meals there later after they win.
Well, See You Soon.
Yeah.
Well, they did say they run the show. They want to get at least a point away from Impunity, right?
Yeah. Just imagine that they're gonna be playing today, then they're gonna be eating at the same table. Oh man, the feeling of Impunity later on. But See You Soon. Let's see how they are actually gonna be fighting. Hey yo, look at the heart fingers coming in from See You Soon.
Yeah, see you soon. Giving hearts to the audience. Of course, probably to Impunity, right? Yeah, all love here. I mean, in the end, they're still competitors, but of course, they're still athletes in the same esport of Honor of Kings. And yeah, they're mogging on screen. What a bunch of personalities. Tournament life online, but still can't resist the chance to meme.
Oh man, I love this duo. Peanut and One Real Boy just mogging the camera, and even with the heart links a while ago. That's so cute. Now, let's see if they actually have what it takes this time around, because right now, surprisingly, we have no bans on Luna. So that could potentially be one of the picks here of Impunity, because they banned the Liang. So most likely they're gonna pick the Luna themselves.
Yeah, for Impunity, they did ban the Liang. Yeah, what you said makes sense. Now, picking up that Mai Shiranui is a very interesting pick, right? Because Mai is extremely versatile. It's a strong first pick. So Impunity, they respond with the Dharma and the Low. Now, see you soon here. They can go for the Luna themselves if they wish to just hang on to that burst potential, jumping into the backlines as well. But now that Lung and Dharma has been presented, so with that mid lane pick, I mean, Impunity are looking at a potential Yi Xing here.
Ooh, I kind of like it. Yeah, as you said, I think Yi Xing is actually perfect here for their comp. They do have a lot of crowd controls to help that Yi Xing out once they get the board in. That Dharma is going to be there to just combo. And looking at this, See You Soon has a lot of really good priority picks, having the Diadea, having the Mai Shiranui, so they have a bit more control when it comes to the fight. So I'm kind of liking this so far.
Yeah, Impunity going for the Ogren here. See you soon. Their lineup looks extremely poke heavy, and having that Imperial Order versus the Lung, we talked about this before. Having that semblance of control really threatens the infinite fastness timing out from Up, right? Up, who will be piloting that Lung, needs to be very wary of how Immune plays this. Now, Impunity going with that Mayin ban because they don't want that two combo, right? That two-piece combo coming out, the Mai Shiranui and the Mayin coming out, both extremely mobile and extremely bursty.
Yeah, it's going to be really scary here for the comps that they're kind of building. I like that the Ganenmo has been banned here because there's a potential of an Yi Xing too. So having both of those out of the way, there's not really a lot of choices except for the duo, the Princess Frost and the Lady Jun. So that is most likely what they're going to be picking here for Impunity. I think right now they should go for that last pick and let See You Soon decide what they will pick. And yeah, that's very smart. Having the Motsu together with the Lung, that's a lot of range that you have to deal with.
Yeah, that's a lot of range setup, especially with the Cannon Blast coming through from the side of that Mozi. Now, See You Soon. Well, what do they respond with here? Because they are very heavy in terms of having that poke damage. I would think now that the Luna is banned out, they might look like something tankier on that jungle lane and then go into that Clash lane backline jump, right? Maybe like a Charlotte.
Yeah. I think Charlotte is perfect, especially if you're fighting against a Dharma and a Ogren. Having that extra damage reduction whenever you're fighting against him could actually help out, and also being a threat to the backline. But the only problem that I have with the Charlotte pick is how she's going to be dealing with the late game, mid to late game, because most of the time you need a target, and Lung is not a good target with her crowd control because it could just use infinite fastness. Ooh, okay.
Oh, Impunity. They pick up that mid lane Yu Huan. And of course, this is also very good to supplement their lineup. And yeah, you can jump her backlines, but they have a lot of iframes, right?
Yeah.
That invulnerability timings with the unending sorrow, with the infinite vastness. And of course, they have a lot of mobility as well. Ogren, he does not have a clear-cut dash, but he can just path around obstacles so well. And this is going to be a very big problem if Impunity start to death ball coming out from Impunity. And for See You Soon, it's more about catching those timings. Use the Dream Realm to catch as much as possible. Use the Mai Shiranui to lay on the damage and make sure Direnjie is never touched.
Yeah, Impunity has a lot of set plays that they can do, right? Which is really good. But what See You Soon drafted here, honestly, not really that bad because there's a lot of movement they could use to just dodge away from the Ogren, for example. There's not really any good targets for the Ogren to lay his hands on except for that Menki. So with this, it will be a challenge on how they're going to be doing those executions for Impunity. But this is Impunity we're talking about.
Now we go into the game 1 of this series. Impunity trying to fight for that top 3 position. See you soon, hanging on for tournament life. And if they get 1 point here, they might be able to make it in.
Yeah, this is going to be the challenge that they have to go for. But look at the first movements here from Jimmy. Already going for that Azure buff. Nothing. Nobody knows that this is happening. And this is not good for See You Soon.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity, they have very good rotations, very good aggressions, and able to keep him away. Peanut King, I mean, at this point, he's going to be able to sniff it out. They know that the Azure buff is gone, but now Impunity, they are already back on that defense, right? Yeah. And now with that Mozi, they do have the ability, and up, he jumps in with the flash, not able to find the finish onto Furlong, but the Cannon Blast will be able to do the finish. And the gold going on to Megumi, not ideal, but it's still gold after all.
Man, you know what? If Up didn't go for that fadeaway, he could have gotten the kill. He went with a fadeaway, and no, he wasn't able to hit back because he thought that was enough.
Yeah, now we do have members of See You Soon. They are gathered here. The main key, he wants to go for that invade into the jungle, but Impunity, as you said, they were on the defense, and already we do have that gift code for you guys. So it is on the screen.
This is not good though. One Real Boy already late on the gold, so he's gonna be bullied here by Jimmy.
Yeah, One Real Boy, I mean, at this point, he does not have that Azure Golem, does not have the cooldown reduction, and Peanut King taking a lot of damage on the top lane. X-Hero getting that Truth Mantra ahead of the Charlotte because of the jungle rotations, because of the steal in the jungle as well. The resources are slowly adding up. Impunity, they have a clear-handed advantage now.
Yeah, so far, Impunity has been rotating on the map pretty well, and right now, with the level advantage against One Real Boy, they could easily go for that invade on the Azure buff again, and there's not going to be any repercussions here from the side of See You Soon.
Impunity playing the map extremely well. This Azure Golem will be contested once again. See You Soon. They are not in position to defend. The idea is not here yet. Ferlin is still extremely far away. And actually, the Azure buff going the way of One Real Boy, winning the smite battle.
Yeah, was able to get it with a smite. That's good. One Real Boy at least equalizes it now. Slows down a bit of Jimmy's rotation because he won't be able to take all the way of Shaolin, getting a bit of damage.
Yeah, knocking him up right there, but Xiaolin, of course, holding on to that unending sorrow is going to be a problem, especially if you want to jump on him. You got to make sure you kill him, or he does get that unending sorrow off. And now Impunity, they are keep doing a good job of making sure Up is zoned away, but Mozi, he has been dragged back, and Megumi will be going down here. See You Soon. They respawn. That's a very good recovery.
Good play from Takumi. Was able to get the knock up against him and pulls back Megumi so that they won't be able to do anything after. Now Jimmy has to really help out this bot lane.
Yeah, Jimmy, he will be able to frontline this. These is nothing but a scratch for the Great Ogren at this point, because Jimmy at this point, he's extremely farmed. The funneling is there, and Takumi, you can see that he is a Mai Shiranui, but he's not able to deal like sustainable amounts of damage to Jimmy yet.
Yeah, won't be able to get to level 8, which is what we expected for the funnel that they were doing. He missed a wave a while ago.
Yeah, now with the jump in the mid lane, Jimmy actually in a bit of trouble, but Unending Sorrow is there, and a great knockup onto Ferlin as the rest of See You Soon will be falling. Double kill coming out for Jimmy, and they will convert that into an objective. They won't be able to get the top lane push.
What a big think inside the box by Megumi. That was the game changer right there on that fight, and using that on the right timing. Once Ferland went into that heart link, he was super close to One Real Boy, and he had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, See You Soon. They are trying to respond with a drag back onto 2 members, but the follow-up is not there. The damage is not there at this point. Takumi, he's the only source of damage. Unending Sorrow being popped here. One Real Boy already used the Dream Rope. They don't have any way to re-engage. Impunity, they will win this fight with the Cannon Blast. Think inside the box onto 2, and the execution coming in. Takumi all alone. He's gonna give up his life in vain as Impunity get 3 for nothing.
Jimmy is not taking any damage. Right now, See You Soon needs to wait for Immune to be in the fight so that they would have effective damage against Jimmy. And that's why Megumi was able to do that thing inside the box again. Look at this. Jimmy is in front. There's no damage because who is gonna be dealing the damage? There's nobody, which is why Megumi was free to get that thing inside the box. Well, that's happening. Tyrant is already started.
Yeah, Tyrant will be the next key of choice for Impunity.
Okay.
I mean, One Real Boy, he is in the knockup onto 2. They want to burst down Megumi. Megumi finally falls, but One Real Boy is gone. That's the frontliner for See You Soon. They're scrambling to disengage her, and already Jimmy with a double kill with the sheer state. Now, See You Soon, they do have the damage on Immune, but it's not enough. Peanut King, he's trying to respond in that middle lane. Already expends a flash.
Jimmy tanking up a lot of damage again. What is he now? Is he like 5 kills? 7 kills, sorry. He's 7 kills right now in this game. And having an Ogren at this state is not really good. Right now, look at the gold advantage that we have. 2.9k to 5.1k on Jimmy. Man, this Ogren is so fed. This is gonna be a lost game at this point. They need to find a way to get that shutdown gold.
Yeah, Impunity right now, I mean, their eggs are in the Immune basket, right? They want this Direnzier to get the farm going, and of course, Takumi will consistently try and find these openings, but these openings have not been so good. If you take a look at the damage doing by Up, his Flaming Palms, he's been just chunking them down.
Yeah, and right now, Jimmy just going in front of everybody just so nobody could contest the push from happening. It's just because they're so ahead. The 4k gold lead at 6 minutes in the game is such a big lead that there's no answers coming in from See You Soon.
Yeah, consistent cannon blast coming in from Megumi, proving to be a very big nuisance for the side of See You Soon. They have to watch out for these setups, but Impunity, of course, they're just using it to poke and prod as they go for even more objectives. They get this Crimson Golem, they will get the tier 1 turret on that bottom lane, and then they will secure this half of the map for the Tyrant coming on.
Yeah, bot lane now getting pushed by the very, very fat wave on the bot side, so that is going to be taken down, or at least structural damage is good enough, but they are still taking this Overlord for the side of Impunity so that they have that extra pushing power because they want to take the next set of towers in the bot side.
Yeah, ready a 5,000 gold advantage. Now, Unending Sorrow has been used by Xiaolin. He's 1v4 at this point, but still does not matter because he has that invulnerability, he has that farm. Now, the Truth Mantra is something to watch out for now. X-Hero is online.
Yeah, right now, till now, X-Hero hasn't used the Truth Mantra really big just yet. He used it, and he missed.
Yeah, not able to find anything, and that's something that they are needing to consistently do to make sure that setup doesn't come through. But Ferlin extremely low, nearly falling right there. Up, he just missed his skill right there, and that combo not coming to fruition. Not too big of a deal for Impunity. They continue to siege and wait for the Vanguards to crash in.
Right now, without the Truth from X-Zero, okay, it's back up. So now they are going to be respecting that for sure. We still have 2 minutes before the Shadow variants come up, so it's a good thing that Impunity shifted their sights on the bot side of the map so that they have a constant pushing lane right down there. I mean, they have the Overlord, so the extra push is going to be helpful.
Yeah, Peanut King, he has to watch out for these cannon blasts because one small stun might mean trouble if he is caught in no man's land. And ready under turret, under fire as well. Impunity, they want this turret. See You Soon, they can't contest this because X-Hero, he has that perfect flank and Immune has to watch out for that. Now X-Hero, he's still looking for something.
Yeah, X-Hero is in a good position actually. They really need to respect him. Right now, they can start this fight anytime they want.
Yeah, now with that Vanguard being slowly chipped down, See You Soon actually managed to mount the defense. And now See You Soon, with that Direnzier, of course, you do have that late game scalability, but still 9 minutes in the game, right? Shadow variants aren't even up yet. Doomsday and Sparkforge Dagger coming out for the side of Immune. I don't think that's enough damage.
Yeah, and also once he builds this Defrost Siege, he doesn't have the Daybreaker yet, so he needs the Imperial Order to hit to even have enough damage against Jimmy. So that is still going to be a challenge that they need to tackle later on. Right now, with the items that they have, even for Takumi, he's not going to be a threat at this point in the game to the backline for them to even worry about his sets.
Yeah, now Impunity, I mean, at this point, they're struggling to actually find an opening onto See You Soon. But for See You Soon, they are the ones struggling to actually win the game. Now, Peanut King, he has a very nice engage, but pushed into the wall and pushed out of the team fight. See You Soon, they have to disengage.
Good cannon blast again for Megami. Top side might get pushed.
Yeah, top side really falling under a lot of threat. And this turret, I mean, it's not possible to defend it here. Dream Roam is available, but Peanut King is gone. That backline access is not really there. Now, this means Immune might become the target, but with 2 tier 3s, Impunity, they're just gonna fall back, hang back, and then go back into that Tyrant and get the buff for themselves and continue pushing the advantage.
Yeah, I love that the Impunity has been sticking with their playstyle ever since, right? They even though that this game is already over, if you're comparing this to Fearless Esports or Paws Gaming, Impunity still respects the other team and just are finishing the game surgically, slowly, not giving any inches for See You Soon to actually work with. And that's the Impunity playstyle, and they're just being true to themselves right now.
Yeah, with a cannon blast, not able to find anything. Jimmy still all the way in front. One Real Boy, he is locked up. Has to use the Dream Roam to disengage her. This tier 3 will be under threat. It's probably not going to last for long. Impunity have a lot of damage. Jimmy already half HP. This might mean something good for the side of See You Soon. Truth Mantra onto Immune takes him out. That's the damage gone from See You Soon. And with Furlan already out of the equation, One Real Boy will be falling very shortly as a legendary streak is gotten by Jimmy. And now X-Hero will be able to take out Takumi and Peanut King as they take the base, as they secure the series 1-0. Congratulations to Impunity.
A game. What a nice game coming in from Impunity Gaming. They really slowly took down the game as they could. They took down the top side, they took down the mid lane and the bot lane one by one, 2 minutes apart. And that is exactly what Impunity wants to do. Slow takedown, just like spiders, just putting out the webs out there.
Yeah, I mean, well, Impunity, I mean, they were playing extremely choke heavy, and that's what I like. But the thing is, they had to worry about the last few engage. But X-Hero finally coming online, finding the pick onto Immune at that point. The key damage dealer, that's what secured them the rest of the team fight, because Immune would have been a huge problem, especially with the Deep Frost Siege. He had that 3 core item builds. His damage was getting up there.
Yeah, and I think at this point, it was also really hard because he's the only damage threat and Impunity could just focus their sights on him during that game, which is why we didn't see Immune actually shine through the most this game. It was a nice effort, honestly, for See You Soon, but they didn't really have the stats to actually fight back against Impunity. When they had the items, it was a bit too late at that point.
Yeah, I mean, definitely at this point, See You Soon, they did have a good response, but I feel that they lost too much in the early stages of the game where the rotations were just not enough. When Jimmy was taking the Azure Golem, nobody could even sniff it out because See You Soon, their rotations just were too focused on that middle side of the map to secure Takumi a bit of space. Takumi ended up dealing the most damage in the team, but damage does not matter if you can't convert that into kills.
Yeah, also, biggest play in the game was Megumi. Megumi did a lot of good work during this game. The tank inside the box, the 2 times that he used it on the first parts of the game, netted them 2 to 3 kills. And that's big as a mod too, because usually in the late game, you won't be able to use it as much. And getting as much reps as you can of the tank inside the box in the early game is important. And yielding a lot of kills from there is a good play from Megumi.
Yeah, Megumi, of course, one of the premium supports in this WKS regular season. He's been showing up time and time again, but of course, Jimmy, he was a monster, right? Nobody could really threaten him. He was at half HP, just playing around with See You Soon, poking and prodding. You can see that Xiaolin, he was one before in that middle lane with the Unending Sorrow. Just an overall well thought out draft coming out from Impunity. And I'm really liking this Yuan on the middle lane.
Yeah, look at that graph though. That graph just shows you how they played this. Even in the mid game, the game was still really close until the point in where they were just slowly building up resources, starving See You Soon from their own jungle camps, and there was no answer back. There was no clap back coming in from See You Soon. But Impunity really did a good job here in this game.
Yeah, and See You Soon, it just felt like the utility was really disjointed, right? You can see that Mai Shiranui going in on the side of Takumi, and Takumi, he was trying to find all these engages, but from the side of One Real Boy, I mean, the Dream Roam was just used very defensively. But the MVP of this game, Jimmy, the monster that couldn't be taken down, 9-0 and 3. The dragon running at you, 32% damage, 28% damage taken. This man with the invades and the gold lead, he just shut down the game.
Yeah, man. In the mid game, he was like 7-0. 7-0 in the mid game is actually a crazy stat to look at because he was getting all the kills. He was getting the executes. They had damage. And that's mostly the difference of an Oghren compared to the other tank junglers. Oghren has damage. And that's why he's always the most sought after unless you have somebody that you want to put your resource into, like a different marksman, for example. And that's why here we've seen it in action. The Oghren from Jimmy was actually a monster.
And Jimmy, I mean, with that pose, I don't know what he's asking for. Maybe he's asking for one more drink, or is he number one? Yeah, but the first blood coming through from the side of Impunity.
I think it's number one.
No, he's like, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a second.
Okay, that's actually good. Yeah. Give me a moment, bro. Just wait. Okay, he did that.
Hold my beer.
Give me a moment. Let me cook. He actually did. So, okay, that actually works. So, here you can see how Jimmy got those kills. In camera, you see him getting those kills because look at this. This great Megumi play again with the tank inside the box after this was what netted them the kill. He got the cannon blast in, got the tank inside the box, and there you go. There is the executes coming in from Jimmy.
Yeah, that's your state. Just so overpowered in that early stage of the game, especially when nobody is able to do any semblance of damage onto you. Now we see the knockups coming through, but the truth mantra coming out for X Hero provided them a great reprieve, right? Run Real Boy, he was not able to get any form of value at all. And with that, Jimmy is just able to stand tall and proud and just be that front line that the team needs. Now, with the last state of the fight, X Hero actually found a great engage onto Immune. With Immune out, there's all sorts of damage all gone from See You Soon.
Yeah, there's not really any form of damage that could actually kill them at that point. If you have a really big lead, like what they have here for Impunity, you had a lot of HP. If you have a lot of HP, Burst is not going to really do anything to you unless you have somebody like a DPS for Immune with his Doomsday to actually deal damage to you guys. But without him, there was no damage. There was nothing happening for See You Soon.
Yeah, I mean, your lineup was very important on these engages, on these catches, and it seems like Takumi was the only one trying to catch, right? It feels like, well, they needed to be more combined in the terms of synergy, where Charlotte, the Menki, and Mai Shiranui, they needed to be jumping at the same time with Immune being protected by Ferlin. Yeah. But you can see that they were taking turns to jump, and one by one is not a very good idea versus a Mozi who does have that thing inside the box.
Yeah, and it was also hard to do so because if you think about it, there's not really a good target that they could go for, that they could latch onto, because you have a Lung, you have a Yuhuan, so if you go to the backline, both of these are just going to be ulting away. So you don't really have a good target to latch onto, so that's why it was a draft win for Impunity, just because of these decisions that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I mean, See You Soon still kind of disjointed. I feel like they have to get a better playstyle, especially if they're playing against one of the best teams, Impunity. They have to get their playstyle together, right? Really think about how you're going to tackle Impunity, because Impunity, they're not going to give you this series for free. Nobody will give you this series for free here. And in WKS, well, right now, See You Soon, you're not looking too good in terms of the league standings. You are in threat of elimination. So it's time to put on the big boy pants here.
Yeah, especially if Impunity Esports is chasing to get that third place against their little brothers, because Ultra Rare Esports is now in the third place and they don't want that happening. They want themselves to be up against Ultra Rare Esports. They want to get that third place, so they're not going to give this game for sure. So now, See You Soon needs to think about what they can do, because one of the things that I realized about this team is that they also don't play a lot of assassin junglers. The only time I've seen them was Pei and Jing, and that is only one time for each of those. So there's not really a threat of the Luna 2 that Impunity Esports could actually just let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, the Luna was technically available, I feel. And I feel that, they could have picked it, but they answered with a way that, we're going to prioritize our marksman and make sure that he had a good lane. Of course, Immune, he did have a good time, but following that good time, I mean, that objective was not really secured for Immune to just be that power ball that he needed to be. And if Direnjie, you're falling behind too heavy in farm in terms of just to a Lung alone, there's going to be a lot of ways for the Lung to just punish you and the rest of the team to just punish you as well.
Yeah.
Like X-Hero, with the Truth Mantra, he was just too far gone.
Yeah, not even hitting the wall. He didn't even need to hit him on a wall. He just needed to push him back. That's exactly what they needed to do. He had to flash away, but it was too late at that point. And that's why it's really scary that their lineup was built like that. They were really banking out a lot of the movements. But because they have a lot of movements, Immune isn't allowed to get close because he doesn't really have any dashes. So he won't be able to get close as the other members here. So now they have to think about the draft. Even winning a banned pick could actually win you the game. So that's why it's so important for every professional team to win the drafting phase.
Yeah, drafting phase wise, I feel that, Impunity, they really had them on the ropes. They didn't reveal the Yuhuan strat until later on in the game. Even I thought it was going to be a Yi-Sync. And with the Yi-Sync ban, that was a really good ban coming out from Siu Su. But the Yuhuan in the middle lane, of course, not a lot of teams actually tend to do that in the wildcard region. So now with that actually coming out, the cat has been out of the bag. It's global ban pick. You're not going to be able to pick it again. So now you might be banning out Yi-Sync.
Yeah, and I want to see Zhang Fei coming out here again for Impunity Esports. I think most of the teams in the top, even Paws, even Fearless, have this liking with Zhang Fei. They always pick him whenever they can. And I'm kind of expecting that for this next game, unless it's banned again, like what happened last game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Zhang Fei, Pei, Byron, Luna, Mai Shiranui are actually one of the top few bands at the moment. And you can see that, with that, we see the secondary picks falling through, right? Like Dharma, Byron, Dharma, Lady Zhen will be essentially coming through. Yeah.
Right now, we're going with See You Soon again on the blue side. So they have pick advantage. Impunity is allowed to counter with their picks. I like that Impunity answers back, or both of them actually answers with what they picked the last game so that the other team won't be able to use them. But as we said, See You Soon doesn't like the Zhang Fei being out, so Impunity is not allowed to play with their toy.
Yeah, I mean, for See You Soon, at this point, they do have that early in the pool if they wish to pick that up for Immune. They won't have the Diadea option available, but picking up an early, right, does force Impunity go into something either more aggressive or even more into the late game. So if, let's say, they want to pick up Direnjie or a channel for themselves, they will be forced to show their hand here.
Yeah, they have a really good fighting chess. Oh no, that feels so bad. The Pei Byron is what I really want most of the time, but Pei and Mayin actually also works. It's almost the same concept. But having both of these on the side of Impunity, and you saw them a while ago invading the jungle. Oh, See You Soon. They can do it again in this next game.
Yeah, and for See You Soon, they did pick up the Lianpo and the Yi-Sync, right? Playing defensive. I mean, this might be okay versus any other team, but Impunity, I mean, you play defensive, they're just going to take away your resources. Now, where is the counter fight for the resources? Impunity pick up the channel to really match up against the early's movements and to lane against the early. Now, suddenly, your draft doesn't look that good.
Yeah. What I want that they would do here for See You Soon is to do something very insane, like what other teams have been doing. They can go for the Lu Bang in this composition and it would work. The Lu Bang and as an assassin jungler could actually work out in this composition because it will be a very nice, easy combo to deal with. Like the Lam Lu Bang that some of the teams here, Paradise Esports has done that yesterday. And actually, it was close. It was close. So that's something that they could pull up here.
Yeah, and for See You Soon, I really agree with what you said, right? I feel that for me, having an offense is also a kind of defense, right?
Yes.
Having the damage to deal with the damage coming out from the side of Pei and Bayin, it actually threatens them to keep away from your jungle. So for See You Soon, well, they will have to bring the damage in that jungler and the clash lane. They can look at the Byron though. The Byron will be a very good tool with dealing with the Mayin.
Ooh, they actually saw it from a mile away too. The Zia coming out of this in this game and having a pay, an early game jungler with a Zia is actually a nightmare to deal with, because once you get the sanctification on the pay, it will be a nightmare if they want to snowball as fast as they could. So they have to deal with it. How they're gonna deal with it? Find an assassin that could kill the Zia in the early game as much as they could. And as you said, the Byron is gonna be coming out this game, and the Ogren. Wait a second.
I don't really like this. I don't really like this coming out for See You Soon, right? They're going with standard cookie cutter meta of having that frontliner, the Ogren, then take the team fight with the Byron, hold them down with the board. Yeah, it's very good, but how are you going to tie through that early game? Because for Impunity, right now, they're just going to pick up a very aggressive roamer, and then they're just going to keep on just running at you. Because for Impunity, their aim of the game is, even if we go into the late game, even if we fail these aggressions, doesn't matter. We have the late game scaling Zia.
Yeah, and they have the Chano too. So Chano in the they actually went with the Dun right here on the roamer so that they could have somebody to deal with that Ogren. They have somebody in front. We don't see this a lot unless it's a pub game. The Dun is gonna be the roamer, and they actually pull it out. So Impunity, at least what I love about this is they're confident. Look at them. They're actually smiling about this. It's like, okay, we got him, boys.
Yeah, this is a very interesting turn of events coming out of Impunity. The Dun, of course, we have not talked about this enough, right? Dun is one of the premium junglers available, as well as the Ogren. So these two, they are a very strong counterpart to each other because they fulfill the same role, right? Having that frontline capability. And of course, with Dun, you do have a bit more knockup capabilities. Ogren, he has that damage control. So they fulfill different roles. And now it's in that role from Megumi.
Yeah, Megumi is going to have a hard time here in the early game just because of the fact that he doesn't really have any gap closures to get close on the first fights that we're going to have. So he needs to be on guard duty first until he gets that level 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the code is on the screen up for grabs. Do go to your HOK app and key it in. You might get up to an epic skin here. And now with the rotations coming through, right? Impunity, they are not actually invading jungle. Securing that early leash for Jimmy, getting that timing is way more important. And I do like what's coming out from See You Soon. They do have the good rotations, trying to leash the jungle for the Ogren to match the speed.
Okay, one thing that is insane that they did here for Impunity is how they did the early parts of the game. The leash here for See You Soon is actually good so that they can chase the next wave. But what Impunity did was they gave the first wave to Jimmy in the mid lane, and that's not usually how it goes, because most of the time you give it to Shaolin, but Shaolin doesn't need resources, so they're just giving Jimmy any advantage that they can.
Yeah, this is typically what you would want to see. Usually you will give it to Up or to the jungler. And now that for Impunity, they give it to Jimmy, he has his level 4 way ahead of time.
Man.
But are they going to convert that early, right? Impunity, they do funnel it in. And the lane clear for Xiaolin is actually very good. Tremor Smashes, not able to find any form of damage. But Immune, he's in a lot of danger. He's in a lot of hurt here. Takumi shows his hand here and is able to defend it for now. But Immune falling so low. Up, he does have the flash available, but Immune will be able to get out in time.
Look at the chase down here, though. I think Jimmy's going to be cutting off somebody. Okay, never mind. They're going to be going back to mid. But what they were doing there was good. They were zoning out Takumi. They were zoning out Immune so that they don't get close. And remember, during that time, Takumi still doesn't have the ultimate. So he wasn't a threat for Impunity, which is why Megumi was just placing himself forward.
Yeah, there's going to be consistent poke coming out from its side of Impunity on this bottom lane because they know that Immune is the immediate win condition coming out for See You Soon. So, of course, we're going to have to see that 1v1 on that clash lane, whether Peanut King is going to be able to destroy X-Hero. But it seems like X-Hero has tied the early level 4 away. And now that power spike is going to be very important for Impunity.
Takumi, really scary position, though. World is my board could actually catch them here.
Yeah, Takumi still hiding in the bushes, but in the top lane, there is a collapse onto Peanut King. And I mean, Xiaolin showing his hand here early on in the stage. I mean, it's all about those lane clears, right? Consistently having the lane clears, giving Jimmy the space to freely farm in his own jungle.
Yeah, this is going to be something that we are kind of expecting here, but for now, this might be really scary. Takumi might be dead.
Takumi found board, not able to catch on up. Leader stance has been popped. Megumi, though, he's a hard enough to crack using the wind slash and the unruly blade to get out. Now, Impunity, they disengage from this four-man team fight here. Do they go for more, especially with Jimmy and Xiaolin on this rotation here? They might be able to catch Takumi, and the first blood not yet given. Takumi able to escape.
Look at this. Once we see the gold lead that Jimmy has here, it's going to be massive because Xiaolin has been giving him a lot. And also, Xiaolin just tailing Jimmy the whole game is just really accelerating his sanctification, and that's actually good. Right now, they're trying to contest.
Yeah, they know their power spikes. They know that timing. Takumi's not around to help. Worldless My Board not available. The invade will be successful. Now, see you soon. They do respond by going with the Tyrant, and they actually get the finish. Great trade coming out for See You Soon. Great play across the map. Map pressure, very important. But now Yi Sing, Takumi, he's in a lot of danger. Flashes away from the wind slash just in time.
Had to flash away because he might have been dead there. Also, his passive has been popped already, so that could have been a kill here for the side of Impunity. So far, it has been slow, but Jimmy is now starting the aggression.
Yeah, the aggression will be coming through on the side of Impunity. They are looking for these turrets. They are looking for any semblance of stragglers in the jungle. And while all this is happening, right, this dragged Peanut King down, and X-Hero, he's getting a proxy on the top lane. Board not able to find anything so far. Impunity, they're happy to disengage. The creeps are crashing on the top lane already.
Yeah, so far so good here for Impunity. While that's happening, that they reacted on the top side of the map. Up here on the bot side, it's just going to be taking this tower for free because with the cutoff coming from Megumi, that bought them some time. So this tower, no contest here from See You Soon.
Yeah, Ferlin taking a lot of damage from Jimmy at this point. Has a Tremor Smashes, but X-Hero, he's doing a great job of keeping Immune away.
Yeah, right now I think bot lane might be in danger too.
Yeah, I mean, up. He's at critical mass right now, able to deal a lot of damage with Megumi in the front lane. Unruly Blade just casually used to get out of harm's way. One real boy, he's in a lot of danger. The jump, but the counter play. X-Hero, he gives up the first blood. The board catches Jimmy at this point. This might be huge coming in from See You Soon. Great knockup, double kill, and the Seer Stake comes through. One real boy, he gets the tank through, and that's a great comeback.
Good taking liberties coming in from Takumi, and also having that World is My Board catching Jimmy, who wasn't able to go anywhere. I thought Xiaolin had the save there because of his knockup, but was not enough because there was still 4 people chasing them.
Yeah, and this is what happens if you're unable to burst down one real boy, right? If you don't have that burst damage to come through, it seems like, yeah, it's one real boy, he's going to be able to sustain for days. Takumi not being threatened at all, able to set up the board and use the taking liberties and the back line. Well, there's just a lot of damage from the side of See You Soon. Impunity, they have to take these team fights way more cleaner.
That's why. Okay, so Xiaolin was the one taking the roamer item. Right now, Peanut King getting chased down.
Yeah, already being chased down. Peanut King, he will not be long for life. The rest of the team is here to re-engage, though. The board has been used. Finds Megumi, but not able to catch on to Up. Up, it will be the target in the back line here. As the rest of the team members immune, he's also in danger. The jump coming through from Megumi, able to find him. Wind slash. Xiaolin, it does go down, but now Megumi is doing so much, buying so much space.
That is actually good. Right now, Xiaolin dying is not really that big because technically he is the roamer for the team. And right now, Megumi is much of a bigger threat for one real boy, which is going to be a struggle here. Yes, there is some kill advantages, but at least Impunity was able to strike back.
Yeah, able to share the farm, funnel it onto Megumi. Now he's suddenly a threat because they thought that Xiaolin was that mid laner all along, but he turns out to be the role. Of course, see you soon. They did see that coming. They could see that in the early stages of the game, but now Impunity, they are reaching critical mass with Megumi having the farm needed to tank up a storm.
Yeah, just having a Blazing Cape is actually really big here for Megumi, because if he's not getting a lot of farm, it's okay. As long as you have the Blazing Capes, you really mute a bit of the potential of One Real Boy healing. So that's actually good. Right now with a 3k gold lead, even with a kill advantage from See You Soon, the map is still painted red and Impunity still has advantage.
Yeah, second Tyrant of the game will be spawning. First one went to See You Soon, did not able to convert to anything. And now X0 actually looking at a proxy push on that top lane, not joining this team fight. It will be a 4v4 here, looking out for the rotations of Peanut King. Peanut King will be joining in soon. See you soon. They do have to wait for him to re-engage. But Peanut King, he has been cut off by X Hero. They found that cut away with up, having the damage and the fall through of that knockup.
Great knockup, and they were able to just get the kill on him. It doesn't have a flash too, so that is the biggest struggle. Megumi trying to take a fight here.
Yeah, the Vanguards are already crashing in. They don't have a turret left standing. Megumi, he can actually force the issue if he wishes to, but of course, they will prioritize the minor objectives.
Okay.
That Crimson Golem for now. Unruly Blade away, bored, not able to catch anything. Path of Passing, not able to follow up. X-Hero, well, he has pushed that middle lane. This Tyrant will be taken by for free.
Oh man, that soaring signal, I thought he's not going to be able to jump away from there. He could have been dead, but see you soon. Bit too late on that reaction, and we have 4 towers already for the side of Impunity, and right now they are just distracting them to not even be able to get position on the shadow variants, and it's also because they don't really have any towers taken down too.
Yeah, this Azure Golem still being threatened. Impunity, they are consistently finding ways to be a nuisance in the enemy's jungle, taking away the enemy's resources, and of course, securing their own. Now, with the rest of the members coming into that top lane, Jimmy, he is in a vulnerable situation. 1v3 here is able to get out. Yes, no problem for the side of See You Soon. They won't be able to crash on him.
Yeah, right now on the top side is getting threatened, and Impunity already positioning themselves. While Tyrant is being taken by Jimmy, they're being the distraction of this. The chaos is getting ensued here in the mid and top side, while Jimmy safely takes the Tyrant at the bot side.
Yeah, Impunity, very good understanding of the macro, using Megumi to consistently push them away, while Jimmy is able to take these objectives. One Real Boy, he will not last for long. I mean, what was he still doing there? The objectives were already taken. Now crashing onto Peanut King as the rest of the members will be falling through. Impunity, they want to force the issue. They do have to Xiao though. They can't wait. Immune doing a lot of damage to Xiaolin, and that might be an opening for See You Soon.
Might be really close here. The game could be over in just a second. One more clash could end it all. And with the 6k gold lead coming in from Impunity, they are really looking to finish this. Right now in the mid lane, this might get taken down pretty fast because taking liberties is not available.
Yeah, Umbrella, I mean, the Parasol not able to find any sort of value. Immune not having that frenzy for the next few precious moments. Now, See You Soon, they know that they need to wait for Immune to come to critical mass, and already he does have those items, but missing the Daybreaker, right? That's the difference between him and Up right now. That's the reason why Up is able to deal so much damage. Immune has to get out for now. And now with the Path of Passing already used, not at a terrain, able to slow them down on the top lane for now. Impunity, they want to force this issue. They want to get these turrets. Turret 1, middle lane down. Turret 2, top lane down. Turret 3 will be falling as well. Impunity get all 3 in quick succession here. And now Megumi, he's just gonna get away with the Unruly Blade.
Yeah, they still have the Tyrant. They don't have the Tyrant right now. They could go for the Overlord and go for that last push here for Impunity. They have an 8k gold lead, but if you've seen a while ago, there's still a 4k gold lead between Jimmy and One Real Boy, and that is the game changer here for the side of Impunity, because Jimmy already has Siege Breaker, and it's kind of scary if you are Immune or Takumi getting hit by Jimmy. You're gonna be dying in just seconds, so you have to be scared. Look at this fight.
Yeah, already 2 members of Impunity just consistently keeping the members on the toes. If See You Soon could see the rest of the map, they would have jumped on them, knowing that it was 2 members, right? It was just 2 members, so it was 5v2. But they don't know, because the map control is so handedly in Impunity's favor, and the rest of the members just putting the threat of fear and putting the threat of death onto See You Soon.
Okay, up. Might go for a fight.
Great knockup. One real boy ready out. That's the frontliner, and the rest of the team members will fall. Peanut King not able to stand up in time, and Immune just instantly gets chunked down. Up is dealing so much damage, but Jimmy is finishing things up with the triple kill, and so will the base as it falls, and Impunity get a 2-0 lead. They secure themselves a higher standings in the league.
Great smiles coming in from Impunity Gaming. Getting that win against See You Soon is a breath of relief for these guys, because they would need to get as much as they can to cement themselves at that third place. And right now, with this 2-0 win, they're back at third place in our tournament, and that is a good position to be in for a team like Impunity.
Yeah, just another day in the office for the Impunity boys. And I feel that, yeah, they are going to be very good in these regular seasons. But of course, moving into playoffs, right? Moving to tomorrow, where it's going to be very interesting. Impunity will be going up against Ultra Rare Esports, their little brothers. And I want to see how they stack up. Now, talking back to this game, right? That sanctification really coming through onto Up and onto Xiaolin as well. Level 18 on, let's see, yeah, level 17 on Up. So that's huge coming in from Impunity, because they can go into the late game and they don't really care.
Yeah, and you don't usually see a Dia get to level 18, right? You usually see him get to level 17 and that's it, the game is over. But this time, it took the lengths. The game went for so long that Impunity just decided to just give the sanctification right up and up. And actually, it works pretty well here. And this is good. Right now, you can see the item disadvantage that they have here. They have been struggling on the side of See You Soon when it comes to the items. They haven't even found anything. Peanut King cannot even set up just because he doesn't have the flash. And that's a lot of very solvable problems that they have to think about after this loss against Impunity.
Yeah, and Megumi, I mean, at that point, he was just an unkillable mass. And it's for Impunity, it was just very easy to just snowball onto See You Soon because they couldn't find the openings at all. X-Hero marked Peanut King extremely well because he knew that he might be the main playmaker. And of course, they were consistently avoiding the boards coming out from Takumi, right? The boards never found any value, and the Tremor Smashes as well, because the board will be used first, then the Tremor Smashes to counter engage.
Oh, yeah. And again, from what we've seen here, I think even Jimmy in the early game was very, very conservative from what we've seen. If this was a Paws gaming game, this will be a different story. It's going to be a different story from what Impunity has shown here. But this just shows the difference of the identity of the teams. And I'm liking that Impunity has been sticking to that. Right now, Xiaolin getting the MVP is also because he was getting a lot of great knockups in that game.
Yeah, but I feel that for Impunity, well, this might be a good thing about keeping to the identity, but it might also be a weakness, right? Because not going for these team fights, going for the macro play instead, it becomes a default setting for them. And teams might actually study that. Teams might actually use that against them and force them to disengage in a favorable situation. So I feel that, yeah, Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming, they've been using that against them, and they've been doing it extremely well.
Yeah, and if you look at the games again of Paws Gaming versus, or Paws even Fearless Esports against Impunity, the way they play is very slow on the side of Impunity. You can see that. But before everything, MVP is going to be Xiaolin, getting on a 0-1-9. Damage is 26%. Damage taken at 10. He was playing so far away. Total gold of 15 because he technically is the roamer of this game.
Yeah, technically he's the roamer and still able to deal 26% damage. Yeah. I mean, he was consistently able to apply pressure with Jimmy. And I felt that, yeah, it could have been dealt with extremely easily if they had that counter jungler. But the fact of the matter is they had an Ogren, right? In Ogren, he does not have the ability to, let's say, just flash or jump. He has that ability of the path of passing where you can see him from a mile away. And Xiaolin, he saw him from a mile away and just consistently took away his jungle camps.
Yeah, they didn't even draft a, what do you call this? A Princess Frost or a Lady Jun, because the Lady Jun is banned, but a Princess Frost even. But it didn't seem like they had problems seating with the Ogren. And I like that they're doing this, having this small adjustments in their drafts. And I like that we're seeing this growth coming in from a team even like Impunity Esports.
Yeah, growth or more stats for the other teams to read, right?
Yeah.
And I'm really scared for Impunity going into the playoffs because currently, right now, yeah, they've been keeping true, but I want to see a different side, and I hope it comes out during the playoffs. But right now, taking a look at the highlights of the game, right? Impunity really had a huge grasp on the map, right? With the Tyrant buff, One Real Boy, he had no business being here.
Yeah, right now I think at that point, One Real Boy has been struggling a lot because nobody was starting the fights for him unless the World Is My Board gets a good hit. That is the only time that we're going to see him actually try to start the fights. But at this point in the game, it was too late. They were dead most of the time just because Impunity was just so ahead that See You Soon wasn't able to even react or fight back during that time. But again, nice effort for See You Soon, but Impunity was just better this time.
Yeah, Impunity, of course, will be securing themselves in that top 3 position until the face-off with Ultra Rare tomorrow, right? But for now, it's going to be Paws Gaming versus Paradise Esports. And Paradise Esports, they've been in the middle of the pack very throughout the entire tournament, actually. Throughout the entire tournament, they've been either at the 4th or 5th place, and this might actually push them lower, but I think they're still secured a space in the play-ins at least. So the only Laotian representative, they will be able to play in the play-ins.
Yeah, and being the only Laotian representative and getting to the play-ins is actually a big thing too for the region itself, because getting themselves there, once they got here, they already were in the middle of the pack. That's a good start. In the next season, they would be able to have a different, maybe a facelift during that time, and it would be good for the team. But right now, they're fighting against one of the strongest teams that we have, which is Paws Gaming. So they have to learn this time on how to fight against stronger teams.
Yeah, Paws Gaming, of course, known for the record-breaking timings. They are known for ending the game in 6 minutes. And of course, against Impunity yesterday, they took the game in 11 minutes in the first series already, right? 11 minutes, and that's against one of the top teams in the WKS. So Paws Gaming, it just goes to show how much of a record and how much of a time crunch they are under.
Yeah, they are just looking for that fast games every time. And from what we've seen, they might be able to do so here in the side of Paradise, but Paradise is not going to take that sitting down. So I am excited for what's going to happen. But before that, everybody, we have been your casters. My name is Dash and I was here with Noman. We're just going to take a short break, so don't go away. Once we go back, we're going to go to series number 2.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings.
Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull Circle! Predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders. Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull circle. Predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wildcard King series. I am your caster Moman, and joining with me is Dash. How are you feeling, bro?
Yeah, really happy for what happened during that game. We've seen Impunity rising from the ashes and getting another win this time around. Tomorrow, they're going to be having another challenge, but before that, let's talk about this series. Paws Gaming will be fighting against Paradise Esports, so it will be a challenge. We're not going to be sugarcoating anything. Paradise Esports will have a challenge against Paws Gaming.
Paws Gaming has been the most dominant team so far in the entire WKS. I'm very curious to how they are going to match up against Fearless Esports, but every other team, right, including the likes of Impunity, they have been struggling against Paws Gaming because of their extremely dominant playstyle. And it seems like, yeah, one of the key reasons is that they keep managing to pick up that pay Byron. And yeah, I mean, for Paws Gaming, nothing goes more hand in hand with them than the pay Byron.
Yeah, the pay Byron has been perfect for them. This is what they have been doing. Snow has been one of the strongest Clash laners that I've seen so far in the WKS, and using him as a win condition on most of your games is actually needed. And that's what's good about them. What the other teams need to understand is how they are going to be countering that. Taking down Snow would be a big challenge because you're trying to take down two people. You're trying to take down Myosotis and Snow because both of them are going to be camping that Clash lane.
Yeah, and we see from Paws Gaming the rotations are to a point where they really prioritize Snow.
Yeah.
And they use Myosotis as a tool to actually enable Snow in further on into the game, right? This secures Feng Jie a very good time in the farm lane because they're doing a lot of map pressures across the map. And this is what you guys predict. 70% of you feel that Paws Gaming are going to win. And for 30% of you feel that Laotian representatives, the Paradise Esports, will be taking the series.
Yeah, I still like that we have some fans from Paradise Esports because they're the only squad from Laos. So having this support from their fans is actually really good. Paws Gaming are one of our HK representatives, so this is good. They still have a lot of fans, and this is really favoring them. This game is really just favoring them because of how strong they are so far.
Yeah, Paws Gaming, of course, they are one of the qualifier teams and one of the two. And they did lose to Fearless Esports in the grand finals, right? They did lose in the qualifier grand finals, but I mean, that's going to be another case where we're going to see them having the best of three. But looking on the side of Laos, Paradise Esports, Yusong on the Clash lane, 919 will be on the jungle, Belby on that mage role, Tom on that farm lane, and MZK on the support role.
Yeah, these are the players that would need to trample Paws Gaming. It is going to be a big challenge for Paradise Esports. They have been one of the stronger middle of the pack teams that we have, but against stronger teams like this, that Paws Gaming, they do struggle, but I want to see them grow out of this so that they can take it to the play-ins.
Yeah, Paws Gaming rocking that setup. Snow on that Clash lane, Myosotis in the jungle, Xiaoyang on that mid role, Feng Jie very dominant in that marksman / farm lane role, and Qinglin, of course, always reliable on that support.
Yeah, and this team, Paws Gaming, the star of the show is always going to be Snow, and the Snow and Myosotis show. And even though they are the stars of this show, Feng Jie always has time to farm whenever that happens, taking off the pressure off the farm laner. It's always a good start for most teams because at least they will be able to farm pretty well, and Feng Jie has been doing so, actually so well.
Yeah, we saw that they were trying to take away the independent unit of Feng Jie yesterday, but of course, let's see the head-to-head first. You saw Clash lane going up against Snow, one of the most dominant Clash laners. And of course, I mean, I just feel that it's not a very good representation, but somehow Yusong, his stats are not too bad compared to Snow.
Yeah, Yusong, you know what? Yeah, that's true. It's actually not bad. 26 is to 15. And Snow getting a lot more deaths here, or rather, 4 less deaths compared to Yusong is actually something that I'm really surprised about because we talked about this. Snow is the star of the show, and being really close to Yusong, that's actually good. Even on the damage department, Yusong has been doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it is a matter of playstyle as well because Paws Gaming, they have not ended the game in a sense where, it's very long into the game, right? The damage factor is not that high because the scaling factor doesn't matter too much. They aren't building the end game items yet. And for Yusong, they've seen multiple Tempest Dragon games. So feel that, damage will be slightly higher on the side of Paradise Esports. But for Paws Gaming, well, let's see what they have to say.
Ooh, Belby, let's have a clean game. Win or lose, it's all love. Ah, that is so sweet. But Fengje answering with, try your best. What are these? These are very polite.
Well, I mean, players towards the end of the regular season, they've become nicer and nicer, right?
Why is that?
First day, we were like, oh my god, are you making an egg farm? Or do you want to open an egg store? Like you've never won a series, and now suddenly other players are like, oh yeah, it's all love. Try your best. But of course, it's actually true, right? Between all these esports players and between the players themselves, of course, they are athletes of the same esport. They are representing the same HOK community. So in the end, it's all love, and all love from me as well.
Yeah, one thing that I've seen from yesterday was something that flew over my head was one of the banters from Ultra Rare Esports' game. It was, do they even play the game? I just didn't get it yesterday, and now I'm thinking about it. It was the smartest, wittiest banter that I've seen. Do they even play the game? Because their name is Ultra Rare, which means they rarely play. Sorry, I'm explaining the joke. That's not good. Again, it was funny. It was funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. They're trying to explain the game as best as possible, but yeah, Ultra Rare Esports. Well, we see that they do play the game, right? They're currently top 4 in that positionings, and of course, they're doing extremely well. So now for Paradise Esports, do they get a point here, right? Getting a point here secures them a bit of leeway when you think about that top 6.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good question though, because if ever they would be able to get that leeway on getting that top 6, Paradise Esports will still have a game tomorrow. Their game tomorrow will be against Pro Esports, which could potentially help them out. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to, because if ever they will be able to win that, that is what they need to secure that 6th place spot.
Yeah, and going into the drafting, of course, we're going to have to expect teams really trying and single out Snow, single out Myosotis as well. But these two are extremely hard to ban, right? You know that Myosotis, he's very good on the Luna and Jing as well. So, he has not shown that yet. He's been given a chance to show off the paid Byron multiple times. And for Snow as well, I mean, even if he does not get the Byron, he has a lot of aces up his sleeves. He can still play the Mayin on that Clash lane as well. And it's still a certified monster.
Yeah, even yesterday he played the Charlotte. Charlotte was actually good. I mean, he was not the star of the show that game, but he was holding off pretty well, split pushing the map, and it's working against the other team because nobody could 1v1 him that game. And that's the power of their the way they draft, is because everybody's just so good that that everything could work.
Yeah, I mean, Paws Gaming, currently mechanically wise, they sit at the top. Their execution, they sit at the top as well. And of course, they're known for extremely fast games, right? They're known for finishing the series in 6 to 7 minutes before you can even see the shadow variants of the Tyrants and the Overlord. So Paradise Esports, they have a lot of things to prove here. And if they can potentially push the game into that 15-minute mark, we might start to see some of Paws Gaming weaknesses. Maybe they don't like to go into the late game because they're weak at the late game?
Oh yeah, actually, right. If ever they get to the late game, I mean, it's not gonna happen because they're fighting against Paws Gaming, so this could be a challenge. So they need to really find a way to traverse the early game so that they would be able to get to the mid and late game. That is when some of them struggle. Most of the teams in the middle of the pack is they don't usually know what to do during the mid game and late game, and once they falter in the early game, everything falls. And that's not supposed to happen here, especially if you're fighting against a very strong, aggressive team like Paws.
And what we see from a lot of the teams here, especially the Cambodian / Laotian teams, is that they are actually losing a lot in terms of drafting, especially to the teams coming in from the qualifier stage, and of course Impunity as well, right? So drafting, they're trying to keep up, they're trying to catch up as much as they can in terms of drafting knowledge. What do they want to go for? What goes very well with this lineup? And something that they can do is try and counter pick them. But at the same time, they need to know that there is always a backup pick. When there's a tier 1 pick, there's a tier 2 pick. And I mean, Paws Gaming, they've been coming up with the tier 1 / tier 2 picks, responding to these contingencies extremely well, even before the game even starts.
Yeah, and especially they have the classic Futsu Dachao in their combos that they could actually pull out in this game, which is why some of the games are really fast, because they're doing this combo that you see in other regions too. And that's something that especially Wildcard King series, that's something that they don't see a lot. And that could be a challenge to deal with, because Paws Gaming, during the break that we had after the qualifiers, they practiced this composition, and it really works against most teams.
Yeah, I mean, that was the team that was the composition, the Futsu Dachao, that all gamers used in the KPL, right? All gamers from China, Chengdu AG, they actually used that to win the KPL. So yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are going to start emulating. It's going to start forming that idea in the head where, yeah, what else can we do with the Futsu Dachao as well? But one of the cool things that we saw as well is the Liu Bang and the Lam.
Yep.
Coming out from the side of the Cambodian teams. And I really like it so far. And I'm going to explore the opportunity, right? I mean, one of the coaches talked to me about putting the Liu Bang in the mid lane. And I mean, it's kind of struck a fire within me. I was like, yeah, it might actually be good.
That could actually work if the mid laner on the other side doesn't have good wave clear, because that is when the problem starts. Because yeah, you could actually make a case that could work, but because Lu Bang doesn't have the good wave clear like an Yixing has, the Maestro has more movement. But if what you really want is just to move the mid, or rather move the farm laner and the roamer on the mid laner, then put the Lu Bang on the side lane, that is smart. That could actually work.
Yeah, Paradise Esports is going to be very tantamount to them to try and come up these kind of quirky strategies, kind of new strategies as well, especially going up against Paws Gaming, because Paws Gaming, they have seen almost everything thrown at them, right? Yesterday, we saw that, yeah, I identified a bit that Feng Jie, he's been playing a bit more of an individual role when you compare it to the rest of the team, right? He's been playing that solo marksman role where he's actually left out to try and find the farm, try and find the damage, try and find the rotations by himself. And Impunity really punished that. But of course, it proved to be of no use, because if you punish him, the rest of the team, they actually do come and respond as well. But it also shows that this is what happens when you punish Feng Jie. Now, what's the next level? What's the next step? Because you got to be a few steps ahead of Paws Gaming, especially if you want to take at least a series.
Oh, yeah. If you want a series, you need to get the game longer, because Paws Gaming is not going to let that happen. Most of the games that they play, it's limited to 12 minutes. If you won't be able to reach past 12 minutes, you're probably going to be on the losing end of the game. And that's why Paws Gaming has been playing things really fast, which is why I want to see how they play against Fearless. Fearless technically has the balanced version of Impunity and Paws Gaming. They have the balance on the aggression and the defensiveness of both. But Paws Gaming is just full on offense. Even if they make mistakes, they don't care. They find something else around the map.
Yeah, I mean, for both teams currently, we're still waiting on them. But of course, this is what you will need to expect. And it's going to be the regular season coming to an end in the next day, right? The next day, it will be the last day of regular season. And of course, we will be officially kickstarting the playoffs of WKS. And this is where the eliminations come in. First day, on the next week, on next Friday, you will be seeing the play-in stage. And during the play-in stage, this is where the 3rd seed and the 6th seed will be going up against each other. So the 3rd seed, potentially, I'm looking at Impunity, right? Yeah. And 6th seed, well, we are currently at, if I'm not wrong, it's going to be See You Soon at the 6th seed.
Yeah, See You Soon. So, See You Soon or Team Max, if ever Team Max will be able to win their next games. But for now, it's going to be See You Soon. But it's going to be a challenge still for the other teams here. But Ultra Rare and Impunity has been doing so well. So I don't really have a doubt in my mind that they might lose the game. Maybe Ultra Rare at some point, just because they dropped some series, or rather some games that I don't expect them to lose.
Yep. And then, of course, the 4th seed will be going up against the 5th seed, which is going to be potentially Ultra Rare versus Paradise Esports. And yeah, this is going to be interesting as well because it's going to be best of 5s. And I'm looking forward to see these new teams going in at a best of 5, because best of 5s, when you reach that 5th game, you have reached your 5th hero as well. I mean, for most of you guys, you probably don't even have 5 heroes in your pool. So for the pro players, they gotta have these 5 heroes on lock, right? They gotta have it by the heart, and they really need to play at the top level as well, especially if you're gonna represent your region at KWC, where only one of these guys will be able to represent.
Yeah, they need to be really strong, because especially for the best of 7, the ultimate battle, no problem. But the other 6 games that you have to play, you really need to have everything that you can, because not just 5, not just 10, even 15 could actually be good, because you will need those. Because if they get banned, if you are the one who is getting target banned, it doesn't feel good. You won't feel good the whole game, because you won't be able to pick anything that you want. So you always have to think about those hero pools that you have.
Yeah, and of course, we are kickstarting the ban and pick stage. So we do have the ban and pick stage coming through. And for both teams, right? Paradise Esports on the first pick, I would say that, yeah, they do have to show their hand really early against Paws Gaming, but I hope it's a very unique hand. Something that, Paws Gaming has not seen before.
Yeah, something that I want to see was their Lam Lubang combo that they did before that actually worked. That combo actually worked against other teams like URE. They won against Ultra Rare Esports with that combo, so that's something that they could do here. But Paws Gaming, will they be afraid of that? I think they already have it covered for their side.
I mean, it's not something that's too much of a threat, especially if you're not picking the Agudo yourself. We see the Lam Lubang really use is for the case of having the Agudo, right? The Lam, very good counter towards the Agudo, and Paws Gaming, well, I know that Myosotis plays a very scary Agudo, but now he does have that Pay Byron available. So
oh, no. That's going to be first pick. That's going to be first pick. Pay Byron first pick. Every time. If nobody bans it, that's going to be their first pick. At least all of the games that they had in where a Pay or a Byron didn't get banned, Paws Gaming would pick the Pay Byron first, because they always love going to the red side so they can pick it double.
So at this point, right, it's not about Paradise Esports winning. It's about Paws Gaming. How fast can they end this series? Because now they do have the Pay and Byron. So their current record is at 6 minutes, 50-something seconds. Yeah, so yeah, Paradise Esports, they go with the Lam. I do like this. If they go for something more aggressive, they can go with the Lubang as well. Yep. All right. We got a show here. We got a show.
Yeah, they just want to do the combo. And something that ties in that combo is always the Isheng. The Pay Byron Isheng, this has been a classic for Paws Gaming. This works every time. And this has been working at least against most of the teams that they fought against, except for the times that they banned the Pay. But most of the time on the first game, this is an instant 1-0 for Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Isheng with the Byron, extremely strong combo, as we can tell with the board. And of course, taking out the Gun and Mo, very interesting coming out from the side of Paws Gaming. They identified Gun and Mo as a potential threat to their lineup. And yeah, I can see that coming in, right? Counter in the form of damage will be very good. Something along the lines of a new Nuwa might be a secondary tier 2 pick coming out for Paradise Esports, because having the Emergence together with the Lubang and the Lam, it provides that man advantage, and really sticking with that man advantage might be something that Paradise Esports are looking for.
I like that Paradise Esports are thinking like this. They're thinking that the threat is going to be Feng Jie, banning the Lady Sun, banning also probably going to be Is it going to be a channel? No, it's not going to be a channel. Oh, the concert Q, a good counter against a Long. So banning all the potential late game Shoyue could actually come out, but the Hou Yi, just so they have somebody to get the crowd control on the lamp, actually perfect. Feng Jae's not going to be joining the fights. He's just going to be throwing the Burning Sun arrows.
Yeah, Feng Jie, we saw this guy on the Hou Yi the previous time as well.
Yep.
When he plays Hou Yi, he goes to remote work mode, right? He's working from home, and he's just farming up a storm while throwing the Burning Sun arrows. His Burning Sun arrows, they were 3 for 3, and they found the priority targets as well.
They always
so that's something that they need to be scared for.
Okay.
And now Paradise Esports, they go with the late game insurance. They go with Zhang Ziya as well as the Zhang Fei. I really like this out for Paradise Esports. That Zhang Fei is actually a deny pick for Paws Gaming because that Zhang Fei would have been great in the hands of Paws Gaming, having the Unbridled Outburst with the board and the Pay Byron combo.
They just need something here. Maybe a Leon Poe could be a good answer here so that they would be able to stop the combo from happening. The Lam Lubang combo. And somebody to front from them to get vision. That is the most important thing here. They need somebody to support the Pay Byron so that they don't need the front line for the team and somebody needs to engage for them. So this time, Paradise Esports, I like this. This composition is good. This is something that you don't usually see in the WKS. Maybe in the other regions you see it. And using that against Paws. Oh, wait. I like this. You know what? I don't like the Guigutsu most of the time, but this time, it will work. It will work in this comp.
I mean, it's because it's Paws Gaming and Pay Byron as well, right?
Yeah.
It really amps up the aggression level, but now it becomes how good is your counter aggression coming out for Paradise Esports? Because for Paradise Esports, right, if you take a look at them, they are very ultimate dependent, right? They are very dependent on that level 4 timing. When Liu Bang gets his level 4, that's the power spike coming through. So Paws Gaming, they need to win before the level power spike comes through. So Paws Gaming, before that first 3 minutes, they need to start winning the rest of the map.
Okay, the goal here is for Paradise Esports to get the weak lane, which is Yu Song. He's going to be the weak lane for sure here because Myosotis is already on the top side. So they're already starting with the bullying here on the top side of the map. The game hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, and this is Paws Gaming ramping up the pressure already. Ting Lin showing himself in that middle lane. And we have that early skirmish already. Myosotis will be kept away.
Dead?
MZK is here. 919 and Snow, he's falling extremely low. Getting a counter kill onto 919 might be the case. Storm Strike gets it. And the first blood on the Lam. That's huge for Paws Gaming because they're setting the sights on the Azure Golem. The smite coming through from Myosotis. And the 1v1 from Feng Jie as well. And counter kill? Yes, but Paws Gaming, they ramp up the pressure.
Is the game over? Is the game over because of that? Oh no, that feels so bad. The reaction from Paradise Esports was actually good. What they did there was good, but their level 1 is not up to par with a level 2 Snow and Myosotis. So that's why they weren't able to deal with it.
Yeah, and
What they did there was good, but their level 1 is not up to par with a level 2 Snow and Myosotis. Able to deal with it.
And from 919, they could have gotten the because of they just pounce on it. They're just key micro gamers coming out from Paws Gaming. Now, with that, they're gonna ramp up the pressure coming out from Ting Lin with the Gui Guzi and Feng Jie. He has gotten a kill onto Tom already.
Yeah, advantage is already done. I think. Oh, Animist. Oh, he pulls
Yeah,
it.
Tom, he does not have the infinite vastness. MZK will be there with the Leaping Savior, able to save him. And now with this, Paradise Esports, they need to ramp up the pressure on Stu Snow, right? But now Paws Gaming, they want to ramp up the pressure on the bottom lane. We do see them trying to proxy the waves. Myosotis is taking a lot of damage here. Tom waiting for infinite vastness. Having that level 4 will be a key insurance. And 919 actually ushered out in that 1v2. Ting Lin is already here.
Oh man, he's already winning that 1v2, and that is not a good look. Right now, Snow is already looking for 919, maybe even this Azure buff. Everybody is in on this. They know the plan, and they're just gonna zone them away.
Oh, here comes the work from home Burning Sun Arrow, not able to connect onto anything, but it just secures them that space, right? If anyone was in that bush, Belby would have been the target.
Oh, yeah. I think right now, look at how fast Paws Gaming has been playing this. They know where 919 wants to be. And the most important thing whenever you're playing Alarm is get the early advantage. If you don't get it, you basically lose against the pay. And that is not a good start. Right now, they have the lifeline of the battlefield command coming from Yu Song, so most of the pick-offs that Paws Gaming is going to look for might be unsuccessful.
Yeah, knockups onto MZK, not able to find anything, but still, they are trying to force out the Unbridled Outburst. MZK, if you notice his battle spell, it's actually Smite, right? So he does want to contest this early, but Paradise Esports, they could not fight for the Azure Golem, but they have not lost too far in terms of the net worth. But 1919, he's caught in the board, forced to 1v3. There's even a Burning Sun Arrow for good measure. Paws Gaming, they are on top of things right now. They will not they will not let Paradise Esports come back into the game.
Oh man, won't even be able. This is their playstyle. Paws Gaming has always been like this. Level 8 now on Myasodis. 2-level advantage on 919. Not letting him get anything out of his own jungle, even the Azure buff. This one is gonna be down. And right now, Yuzong might be in danger.
Yeah, he does have the battlefield command. This Azure buff might be the next emblems of a fight here, but 919 already quick to fall. That was just a blink of an eyelid, and he just lost his life there. MZK will be dropping so shortly as well. And while all this is happening, Feng Jie does not need to do anything. He's just 1v1ing Tom on the bottom lane.
It's so funny that he... Oh, wait, Feng Jie? Might be dead.
He's extremely low here, and the battlefield command coming through. And that's what Paradise Esports should have done way earlier, but the teleportation, Snow finding that mark, the board will lock him down. You saw him not long for a life, and also not long for this world as he gets taken out.
Fast answer back coming in from Paws Gaming. That was big, and that is what they need. Answer back everything. Once they make any mistakes, they will answer back in kind, and that's the type of team that Paws Gaming has always been. They're choking out Paradise Esports, forcing them to make mistakes, and mistakes are seen a lot this game.
Oh, this might be a slight opening for the side of Paradise Esports if they choose to go on to Feng Jie here. But 919, he's been kept down so low. And now the rest of Paws Gaming, they're here to assist Feng Jie, right? They know that Feng Jie will be the priority target coming out for Paradise Esports because he's the weakest link. He does not have any mobility. His flash is the only thing keeping him on guard. But without the flash, he's a very weak unit. But Paws Gaming, they adjust extremely well.
Yeah, adjust. Just let him use it. Wait. Got the hit though.
Oh, Burning Sun Arrow onto Yu Song. He will be out of the game. The rest of Paradise Esports, yes, they're on the bottom side of the lane, but that wave clear is not there on the top lane. This might mean a tier 3 turret. Unbridled Outburst, not enough. Paradise Esports, they lose a tier 3 6 minutes into the game already.
T3 has been taken down by Paws Gaming. 5 of them were there. They traded even the tower and the bot side for that, and they don't even care because the natural lane pressure on the top side will be enough to actually just put pressure on them and do the housework.
Yeah, I mean, for Feng Jie joining in the project, having that Burning Sun Arrow at that medium range is able to steep him for now. But that Burning Sun Arrow has been a threat factor consistently, right? The ability to jump for Paws Gaming with the Animus, and of course, Myosodis with the mobility, it's just not going to be a good time.
Oh man, just to add on to that, taking down the T3 on the top side is good, because there's not really anybody who can take down the bigger minions effectively on the side of Paradise Esports at this early in the game. Which is why if you put Yu Song there, he will take so much time to clear that wave, which is going to be very challenging.
Yeah, now this middle lane turret will be the next objective on the chopping block. Burning Sun Arrow not able to connect, but Paws Gaming, they're looking at the bottom side of the lane and already they secure that tier 2 turret for themselves. And Paradise Esports, they are falling like flies. Tom instantly just gets plucked out. And with 919 not able to be there. He is teleporting into the middle state of the lane, but
no.
Snow will be able to sniff it out. Another tier 3 down. Unbridled Outburst just used to
919?
defend a bit too late. Jumping into the back line. They get Fengtia here, but 919 takes out Myosotis. This is huge for Paradise Esports, but the rest of the damage, it's Snow still alive. And of course, with Tinglin, he's able to clean up. He's getting more for himself. Belby doing a lot of damage, but jumping onto Belby and Tom forcing out the Infinite Fastest. Paws Gaming, they want to end the game. Infinite Fastest being used to re-engage, but it gets instantly plucked down. This might mean the end of the game here. They still have a catapult. There will be no crystal defense, and Paws Gaming, they do it in record time once again.
Bro, you forgot about the real monster in that game. Snow being alive was a death sentence for the team. They tried to kill Fengjie, they killed Myosotis, but you forgot about Snow. Snow has always been the win condition of this team, and him being alive on a Byron just ended the game for Paws.
Yeah, they took out Myosotis, they took out Fengjie, and they forgot about the guy that deals a lot of damage and loves to fight, right? Snow. And Snow, of course, he will be the MVP of the game, but I mean, Paradise Esports, they lost the turret already, tier 3, 6 minutes into the game. And yeah, it just started going way downhill. It started from the first fight where Snow was able to get the first blood, and yeah, that was his only death of the game.
Oh yeah, they always have to respect this guy. Snow on a Byron, it's like a match made in heaven, and it works every time. Even against Impunity, this comp that they did actually worked. So right now, one thing that could something that could help out Paradise Esports is that this combo is not gonna be picked anymore. We're not gonna see this in the next game, so they can utilize any other composition that they have on the Magic Hat to surprise now Paws Gaming, because this comp will not be seen anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, for Paradise Esports, they wanted to defend as much as possible. They wanted to keep the lanes kept away, right? And for Belby, I mean, he was trying to defend as much as possible, but Paws Gaming, they just kept shoving waves and waves of creep of minions, and of course with the threat of Tinglin, that Gui Guzi suddenly becomes a great pick, because yeah, with the Burning Sun Arrow, with Gui Guzi running at you, and of course the threat of the board, there's so many things you need to run away from.
Yeah, the animus have been so good here for Xinglin, because we have seen him just go in, get 2 people, just even 1 person getting caught in the animus really just gives so much advantage to the other team, because you also some of your resistances also get destroyed while that's happening, and you have some damage in, which is why it's so hard to deal with a Guigutsu who has really good timing. Right now, you can look at it, the advantage was just going in favor of Paws Gaming. It's not an exponential graph, it is almost completely diagonal, because Paws Gaming was just reaching that advantage really fast.
Yeah, I mean, 7 turrets. They only took 1 tyrant, and they didn't need to do that for the rest of the game, because they had a complete chokehold of the entire enemy base, right? And due to this man here, Snow, he secured the first blood onto 919, securing that kill, making sure the team members run back so that Myosotis, he can steal the Azure Golem, and then after that, after giving up his life, he's still the top damage and the top tank of the game.
Oh man, 34% and 39% damage taken. Some of this probably came from that last fight, because he tanked so much damage during that last fight and actually ended up with getting the MVP. I like this. Having Clash Laners as our MVPs, you don't see that a lot in other regions, and letting them get the spotlight, and on a team like Paws Gaming, I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, generally, the Clash Laners are the heroes of the game, right? Are the playmakers, the one that consistently want to team fight. And for Paws Gaming, they found that secret formula where it's very common in the KPL that they use that, right? In Chinese region, where the Clash Laners are always the superstars, the one starting the team fights. And for Snow, he has the walk to talk it up.
Yeah, and what I like about this though is that even yes, they are the starters. They are the stars of the shows most of the time, but because they sacrifice their lives to do so, they don't usually get the MVP. They sacrifice their stats to make the bigger plays. But getting the MVP is something different here for Snow.
Yeah, I mean, Snow, he shows that he's a different kind of monster. But the
Yeah.
rest of the team, they were playing the cards extremely tight to the chest, right? They were playing such a close-knit game. While all this was happening, Snow, he was able to join these team fights. The boards from Xiaoyang, they were consistently on point. Feng Jie, yeah, he might have gone down here, but not too big of a deal. Instantly answer. Burning Sun Arrow, consistently able to be paired with the Animus coming out from Ting Lin.
It's so funny how we have seen like 2 Burning Sun arrows that actually hit, but it doesn't matter. They don't even need it because the other 4 people have been doing their jobs pretty well. And considering that right now in this fight that you've seen, the last fight, Paradise Esports still looked at Feng Jie. And you know what? He was not the most fed member in that game. He was Snow. It was Snow who was making the plays. He was the reason why they made this play. He was super low and he didn't really mind it. He got the shields. That's why he got back in that fight in a heartbeat.
A very good micro decision to jump onto Belby there. If that flash was not available, that game would have went on a bit longer, right? Having the ability to clear the creeps, very important from the Ziya. You can see the macro decisions. You can see the slight little adjustments made on the fly coming out from the side of Paws Gaming. And this is the kind of decisions that win you the game in that record speed.
Yeah, and that's why Paws Gaming has been so good at finishing these games because they understand that some mistakes need to be made in order for them to find something. It's like chess. You need to give a bit of your pieces in order for you to go for their king. And that's what they're doing here for Paws Gaming. They always sacrifice some of their pieces to get some more objectives for themselves. And that's why they finish the game that fast.
And this is one of the things that I really want to highlight as well, coming in for Paws Gaming, using their HP bar as a resource. Sometimes there's no other way to start a fight than just sacrificing a member.
Yeah.
And for Paws Gaming, they really take that extremely literally, right? They will send Snow on a romp into the enemy tier 2 and tier 3 at the first 1 minute into the game just to get that sacrifice going. And of course, a lot of pro teams that I see out there, they're very afraid to die, or the community teams even. They're very afraid to die. They're very afraid to start a team fight or starting a mistake. But you got to know that with these kind of small little things, you actually force the opponents to do things.
Yeah, that's the role of the Clash laner and the roamer most of the time. They're the ones to die the most in most games just because they have to sacrifice themselves to start the fight. They're the ones who are engaging. They're the ones who are going in front so that they're sacrificing themselves for the greater good of the team. And that's good. That's something, that's a trait that players need to have in most of these games and not just being the star of the show. And it is what the professional teams have been trained on.
Yeah, of course. And of course, a W is a W. Paws Gaming will be taking the series 1-0 for now, right? But Paradise Esports, they lost their Lam. They lost their Lupang already. But for Paradise Esports, the good thing is Paws Gaming does not have that pay Byron. So yeah, there's something there. So they don't have to worry about that record speed, but they still have to worry about Myosotis and Snow. They haven't changed players. They only will be changing heroes.
Yeah, and something that they usually use whenever the pay Byron is not available anymore, they usually draft back to a Dun. And that is what I see most of the time for the team. It's either a Dun or an Ogren that they draft for the side of Paws Gaming. So it might be a bit slower compared to the last game because they don't really have the tools to be that fast anymore. But what they do is they pick a Ganon mode some of the times just to make it way faster because the wave clear of that guy really helps out in just rotating around the map.
Yeah, and for them, I mean, at this point, Paradise Esports should be able to ban out the Dolia. I hope that the Dolia is banned because the Dolia Dun coming out at this point in the game will be extremely good for Paws Gaming, especially if they want to go for the Lung themselves, right? Paradise Esports, they have a lot of things that they are on their heads right now. They can ban it out, but Paws Gaming, they have a lot of strategies as well. If they don't go for the Dolia Dun, they still have a lot of things. They can go for the Luna as well with the Gun and Mo, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming out from the side of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, that's something scary though. I mean, if what they have here, I want to see the Okyo actually to come out, because we have seen it twice already for Paws Gaming. Sometimes that is when the pay gets banned. That is when they release the Okyo right there on the jungle for Myosotis, so they could also go for that. Maybe that's something that they have here that they are hiding, that they're not showing Fearless Esports, because they're going to be releasing the Kraken once that they're fighting against the stronger teams. But right now, they could do well with anything at this point for Paws Gaming. But Paradise Esports, they really need to make things work this time. They already released their secret sauce at this point, so they need to think about another one, a different sauce this time.
Yeah, definitely both teams. I mean, I would say that for Paws Gaming, there's no secret sauce. You know, our sauce is very public.
Yeah,
you know, you can read up on us if you want. But for Paradise Esports, pretty much yes, the jig is up. The Lam and the Liu Bang is gone. So hopefully you guys have more in your secret recipes. Hopefully you have more herbs and spices that you can throw inside the recipe and, you know, spice things up just a little bit.
Yeah, I saw also from yesterday's game, the Dolia Elaine might be able to work here this time if they want to really focus up on Feng Jie and have that power coming in from that Elaine. Could actually be something that they can work with, so that they can pressure both the mid laner and the farm laner here for their side. Xiaoyang and Feng Jie could be good targets, but now we're already in the draft.
Yeah, and now Paradise Esports, once again, they will be on that first pick as well. So Paws Gaming chose to be that second pick. So now for this, I mean, taking out the Long, very good choice coming out from Paradise Esports, Paws Gaming. They can look at it at a potential pick. Now, the Dolia is still pretty much left in the pool for both teams here. And Paradise Esports, well, they can pick it up themselves with the help of the Elaine.
Long is going to be out. I like that. They won't be able to see it for Paws Gaming, but one thing that I've seen from Paws Gaming recently is they still haven't played the Long. So that's not something that they were looking for anyway. So this time they are going to be looking for the Shoyue or probably the Lady Sun that they always pick. So that might be something that we expect here. But denying the Dharma out of Snow on this game, actually good.
Oh, going for the Charlotte this time. Well, yeah, you get to see a different side of Paws Gaming. Well, I would have loved to see the Dolia Dun already, but they went for the Charlotte first to set the statement, then go for the Dun because, well, that Charlotte pick had no semblance of being there because the enemy has already picked their Clash later. So Paws Gaming, they just wanted to just put on a show.
You know what? They always do this. They always first pick Snow's hero so that it doesn't get banned or get denied on the other side. And you know what? I respect that. I respect that for Paws Gaming because with the Charlotte getting picked here, it's not going to get banned anyway in the third and fourth pick, or rather fourth and fifth pick. But if they have, they went in with the Lady Jun. So this is actually good. Fighting against an Ogren and Dharma and you have the Lady Jun, this is good because you have a way to deny them with the Destructive Deluge.
Yeah, Disruptive Deluge will actually stop any points of entry because the damage will shred through the Ogren and the Dharma if they wish to engage. Right now, Paws Gaming, they do take out the Direnzier, extremely good pick ban. I mean, for the Charlotte as well, because the Imperial Order really stops the Charlotte's movement in the backlines when you're diving as well. So yeah, Paws Gaming, they don't want that backline disrupt.
Yeah, what are they going to be banning here still for Paradise Esports? Because they have the DRNJ out of the way. But if they usually build these types of composition, I think Paradise Esports needs to ban the Motsu. Because usually what they do is play the range if they see very close range heroes on the side of Paradise. And they do have two on the side of Paradise. So they might be able to go for it.
Paws Gaming, they take out the Lady Sun and the Di Renjie. So yeah, they take out the Mozi as well. But I was expecting something different coming out for Paws Gaming. I was thinking that maybe since they're banning out farm laners, they might go for the Fuzi here. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case because there's no Da Chao to combo with. But that would have been a crazy pick coming out for Paws Gaming as well.
Yeah, Motsu and Shoyu, if ever Paradise Esports is not going to pick that up. That is what I'm expecting here because the wild wins from Fengjie, whenever they used it, is actually crazy. They're so good at that. But Paradise Esports, what can they use here? You know what? Achano is not bad here, if ever they're going to pick that. Because if they're going to be playing around the range here and maybe, never mind, Marco Polo to the Leon Po, they are using a lot of very tanky heroes here for Paradise.
Well, I mean, tanks get shredded by the range coming out from Paws Gaming. And, well, it's really dependent on this early game here, Paws Gaming, whether or not they get the lead that they always usually have. Yeah, they're going to go with the Shoyu, right? With the Mozi pick, they're definitely going with the Shoyu as well. And it's about now finding the picks for Paradise Esports. If they can shut down Fengjie, yeah, that might be good, but you need to shut down Snow as well. Yeah. So there's going to be a farm priority crisis coming out from the side of Paradise Esports. Who do you prioritize to shut down, and how do you play these map rotations? Now, I'm expecting 919 to actually get a good invasion in, but Paws Gaming, they do have the means to defend.
I like that both of our compositions aren't very expensive. You really know who you're going to be putting all your resources to. Both the mid laners don't really need a lot of resource. They can give the resource to the farm laner and the jungler. But on the side of Paws Gaming, there's a lot more priority to just give it to Fengjie because the other ones, even Snow, actually Snow is the one you need to prioritize too. So that is something that we want to see. But starting the game, Belby is already recalling.
Yeah, half HP already, that cannon blast together with the wild wind charge, really a lot of damage. But for you guys, there's a gift code on the screen before the action gets too hectic because the game is much more important than the gift code. But of course, get your mythic skin potentially from this gift code here.
Yeah, look at the pressure here for Tom. He's not going to be having the best time here. Look at the wild winds, they're hitting.
Yeah, of course. And now with the rest of the members, they are coming in. They are not able to get the levels and time. And Yusong, he's extremely low. Out of the clash lane, out of the comfort zone, he has to recall away. Rest of the members are here. Belby not able to deal the damage. This is not a situation where Paradise Esports really want to be in because they're going to just get poked down.
Yeah, I like that they rotated Yusong here in the lane on the bot side. But if you're going to be considering it, the Dharma is also not strong in lane. Marco Polo and Dharma are not very strong in the laning pace, but they do have a good amount of range to wave clear, or rather safety to wave clear, which is what I think they're banking on here.
Yeah, Tom. Now, really not able to farm up a Storm in the top lane as well. Now, Snow and Xiaoyang needs to watch out for this rotation. I mean, Tom, he does have that Purify still available. Now, with the rest of the members coming in, Snow does not have that flash. Yeah, Conductor of Souls. And MZK secures the first blood.
Bit too aggressive on that flash that he used a while ago. The power gradation wasn't able to hit.
Yeah, now the board coming through from the side of Paradise Esports. My Sodas, he's able to tank up a Storm. He's fighting, but it's 1v4.
Love what they're doing here for their side though. Paradise Esports answering back with the numbers game. The numbers advantage just gave them those kills. Getting that 2-0, a bit too overzealous for Paws Gaming. They tried to take a fight when they didn't have enough damage to actually take it. So that is punishment coming from them.
And now Paradise Esports, they do have a very strong teamfight lineup, right? They have two frontliners with a board and Yusong to set things up. Now, what they need to do for Paws Gaming is really lay the hate onto either Tom or Yusong. These two are the key priority targets for now. Yusong, with that truth mantra, able to find Fengjie for now, but Fengjie has not even touched his flash.
Oh yeah, and they are still very, very safe here. Right now, Fengjie could be the ticking time bomb here for the team. They want to accelerate his items as much as they can, and not putting pressure on Fengjie is not really a recipe that you want to actually partake in.
And Tom dancing around with Snow, might be playing around with his life a bit too much. Finds himself at a quarter of health. Now under threat at the tower. Greeting for the creeps might not be something that you want to see here. Snow, he can get a flash in and potentially threaten his life with the ultimate. He is going for it. Not able to find it. Tom, he gets the micro play in time. And the counter play coming through from the side of Tom. Almost finishing off Snow. Has to recall away. Rest of the team members will not be there to re-engage. Snow will survive for now with the board. 3 members on that middle lane. This skirmish is just to keep them away. Paws Gaming, with that play from Snow, they actually secure themselves this middle lane skirmish.
Oh man, Snow is having a hard time landing this power gradation, so that if that was able to hit, that could have been a kill again. Another attempt, but it was a nice try. Now that the Tyrant is up, all of the members need to start this.
Oh, that engage coming out onto Xiaoyang. That will be the target of choice. They do manage to finish him off. Very good rotations at the cost of their Azure Golem, right? Myosotis, they identified that he was in the jungle and they got the rotation in. Now, with Myosotis taking the Azure Golem, Paradise Esports, they need to set their sights on this Tyrant. But Yusong is already extremely low.
Good try in that Ocean of Tears a while ago. Oh, they're going in.
Yeah, Unruly Blade just to clash in, but 919 does have the Conductor of Souls just to play keep away. Now, Yusong, at this point, he's still unkillable, but at this point, actually getting the kill onto Tom?
Yeah.
No.
The play that they needed and actually worked, and now Paws Gaming is now taking over the jungle. Okay.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, they're playing this defense here. 919, he's not locked for life, does not have the Conductor of Souls. Myosotis forcing out the Unruly Blade. It actually could not find it. This might be trouble for Myosotis, but he's still tanking up between the tier 2 and the tier 3. Now, Tom, he's alone in the top lane versus Snow. Snow has provided so much value. MCK, he's now alone. 1v3 Tremor smashes. Not enough damage. The Wildwind charge will be there. And Myosotis just says, no need to Wildwind charge, my friend.
Look at what
I got this.
Yeah, look at what they're doing. They're playing the map. Topside Snow is doing his own work. He's split pushing. They're putting Tom on guard duty, and you shouldn't be doing that for a Marco Polo against a Charlotte. The Charlotte is gonna body him all day, and right now they're struggling to even take over their own jungle.
Tom is tickling Myosotis at this point. The damage is not even getting through the shield with the Resplendence Revolver, and that's at a full stack. Now, this is going to be a huge problem coming out from the side of Paradise Esports, because this was supposed to be their power spike, but with that plays, I mean, Paws Gaming, they accelerated the timing. Yeah. Now, Paradise Esports, their power spike is completely nullified.
919 is already 2-level gap against Myosotis. Really great advantage because they were taking all the buffs, and there was nothing that 919 could do. Xiaoyang might be dead here.
Tremor smashes, not able to find him. The follow-up not coming through in time. You saw wanted to get the flash truth mantra, but MZK is gonna be the collateral here for that misengage. And the Wildwind charge nearly takes out Belby.
One more?
Another one coming through with the Cannon Blast. Not able to find him. Forces out a flash from Belby at this point. Does have to think inside the box, right? You can see Tinglin. He's trying to force things out. He's dead, though. And that would be a great breathing space, but not for long. Snow is still at the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah. Snow is just doing his job, split pushing. Second tier tower might get taken down, but the mid is also in trouble.
Has destroyed a tower.
Out of trouble. Paradise Esports right now, they're gonna be falling prey to this Shou Yue. And Snow, he's been consistently racking up the farm, racking up the damage. He's gonna be able to take these fights now. Does get the flash kill onto Belby. 1v4, it might be no man's land here. Tom has to watch out. Gets a 1v2 with Myosotis coming in. Snow eventually goes down, but Myosotis and Xiaoyang, they are here. They want to get more. They want to get the trade for the team. But at the same time, well, yeah, he's at the top lane.
What a monster. What a monster. Snow partook in a 1v5. He got 2. And only for his life, they didn't win anything out of that. What a big win there. Myosotis
in a bit of trouble, but I don't think this is the target that they want to go for. He's just surviving. They used the board, but Myosotis, he's not losing any HP. He's just replenishing everything. Finally, they do get that kill going through for the side of Paradise Esports. But at what cost, right? I mean, they do get the farm from the side of Paws Gaming, but this just shows how tanky Mysotis is.
I like that they're answering back with some kills here for Paradise Esports, but so far Paws Gaming has been painting the map red, and the map is still theirs. There's nothing that they can do. Remember, everyone, we're still 8 minutes into the game, and this already looks like a map that finished in like 10 minutes or 12 minutes at this point, because they already took all the towers down. We still have the second Tyrant coming in, and here comes the contest coming in from Paradise Esports.
And not able to win their lanes. Paradise Esports now not able to hold on to the rest of the map. They do have a lot of locked gold, but this macro play is going to be extremely hard. Who do they send, right? Do they send Tom on this macro journey? Because at this point, Snow, he's been taking these 1v1s, 1v2s. Doesn't matter if it's 1v5, he will take it.
Oh yeah, and right now they're very tanky, and Snow right now is at critical mass. At this point, you won't be able to win a fight against him.
Yeah, I mean, that Fever Barrage used onto Snow, but not enough. Still gets the finish onto Tom. What a movement coming through. Now, Mysotis, he's here. He's on the job. He's trying to catch Belby as much as possible. Belby does have the board. You can potentially put down the board and recall away, but yeah, he's going to try that, but not able to find it.
Oh no, well, topside though, they're doing a good work there.
Yeah. Finally, Belby goes down. That was just a hostage situation coming out from Mysotis, just keeping him there.
One more?
Staggering him away from the team fight. Now, 919, he's in trouble. MZK, he's going in with the Tremor Smashes, but it's gonna be a collateral Truth Mantra onto Xiaoyang. That might be huge. Qinglin going down as well. This is an opening for the side of Paradise Esports. That Truth Mantra really opened things up. Now, Mysotis, he's still loud and proud. He's still alive. And with Snow coming in, that's gonna be a turnaround onto Yusong as well. 919 uses the Conductor of Souls, gets that HP for now, has the sustainability, but Paradise Esports, they just hang on. They don't get any more trade.
They take time. Topside tower has been taken down already. They're equalizing the kills slowly for the side of Paws Gaming, but right now the Tyrant is going to be in their sights because they need to take this to finish the game. One more clash is what they're looking for so that they can finish this game.
Yeah, I mean, for Paws Gaming, they have to really watch out for Yusong, but this was the first Truth Mantra that really mattered, right? The Truth Mantra smashing Xiaoyang into the wall together with Qinglin. That secured netted them 2 kills and put Mysotis in a lot of danger. And this might be a turning point for the side of Paradise Esports as well, because they did not have the Fever Barrage for Tom because he used it onto Snow.
Okay, they might be going for a fight here.
Yeah, board already set up, but the Tremor Smash is not enough because 919, the frontliner, is down. The shutdown coming through from Paws Gaming. The Wildwind Charge continuing to wreak havoc into the backlines. They will get this tier 3. They are threatening the Crystal, and Yusong, he's being kept hostage on the top lane. He's not able to come in time. Now this catapult, he's alive. Tom gets instantly shut down. There's a lot of damage for Paws Gaming as they get this 2-0 victory.
Oh man, look at the smiles coming in from Paradise Esports. They were just happy that they were able to partake in this fight against Paws Gaming. But at that point, Feng Jie was at critical mass. He had a Sun Chaser in the end there. He was dealing so much damage that even the Leon Po, the Ogren, can't even hold a candle to him. And that's why Paws Gaming really did a good job at keeping him safe and getting all the gold he needs.
Yeah, Paws Gaming showing why they are one of the top teams once again, right? They are now sitting at the top spot, and this is finally going to be determined by them going up against Fearless Esports tomorrow. But for this game, Mysotis completely a monster. Feng Jie completely left untouched. And I feel that the MVP of the match is also one that is Snow, right? He was 1v5. He was taking these team fights. He was dealing the macro damages across the map.
Oh yeah, that is true. And what I like about this though is that we've seen some good plays coming in from Paradise Esports. I like that Yusong and 919 were really doing a great job. I think all of them, Paradise Esports, really did a good job at keeping Paws Gaming at bay in their weakest form. Their weakest form is game 2. So being able to hold them down on game 2, this is good for Paradise Esports. Could develop them to a better team, and I love that they were able to do so. Right now, Paws Gaming still has one of the advantages here just because they are just mechanically, or even with the macro department, they're just better.
I mean, Paws Gaming, well, it's a very hard fight for Paradise Esports. They did what they can. We saw some signs of life coming out from Yusong. We showing with the Truth Mantra as well. I mean, they did extend this series, but Paws Gaming, their early game advantages were too far gone. Tom getting smashed solo by Snow was not part of the plans as well, because they did not have anyone on the lane clearance duty. Tom was the only one, and Snow, he just dealt with aggression so easily.
Oh yeah, that's true. And again, for Myosotis, even though that he was really doing such a job at just holding the fort, being in front, it's still a really hard job that he did there. He was always two levels ahead against the other jungler. And right now, it's not the same as game 1. Game 2 was a bit more of a struggle here for Paws Gaming, but right there, they were still able to get the 7.8k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, struggle is kind of a rough way to put it. They did have a bit of a, bumps here and there. It feels like Paws Gaming, they never let go any pressure from the game, because Myosotis, he was always alive, right? He was always dealing so much damage, and the times that he did go down, Snow was able to clean up damage taken. 42% on this guy, right?
Yeah.
He was tanking up a storm.
Yeah, he was just in front, letting the Blazing Cape do its work so that the damage is going to be there, but 42%, almost 50 on that damage taken. It's just massive because he was just in front the whole time and nobody could even damage him. Even the Marco Polo with the Fevered Barrage wasn't really able to deal the damage that I was expecting from him.
Yeah, I mean, Fever Barrage didn't find any value. I felt that he even used it onto Snow and got the full duration, but Snow got that counter kill. Snow giving up the first blood here, not exactly ideal, and them catching Myosotis here as well. Paradise Esports, they did have an early hold on the game, but the recovery, right? The recovery from the macro plays coming out from Snow, coming out from the rest of the team. While this was happening, Snow was on that top lane, dealing the pressure needed. Myosotis was taking the Azure Golem away as well.
Yeah, as much as they can, Myosotis is always on the other side jungle, almost always mirroring where Snow is gonna be, just so in case Snow needs some help, he's gonna be there. This might be a little bit too late, but this is a crazy play from Snow. He got 2 kills. He was technically fighting a 1v5 and he still got 2 kills from there.
Yeah, and Paws Gaming, their communication and their trust is top notch, right? Using the HP bars as a resource, I mean, this is one of the things, right? Snow, he knows he's over farmed at this point. He can take this fight. He can stall this fight for Myosotis to just come and collapse. Now, Myosotis, he was soaking up so much damage. Eventually goes down, but this is the hostage situation. Belby being kept there, well, not a good
Feels
look.
bad. Feels bad. It feels bad to be in that situation. But while that's happening, what they're doing, look at Fung's damage at this point. He already has Daybreaker at this point in the game. And whenever you reach that point as a Shoyu, that is a point in where nobody could really survive you, as like 5 shots from you is already lethal at that point, which is why it is a very scary look for the side of Paws Gaming. And this will be our last game for today, everybody. Pro Esports versus Team Max. Both the Cambodian squads will be fighting each other to get that first series win. And I want to see that in action later.
Pro Esports versus Team Max. Well, definitely both teams, they have not had a good run at all. They have yet to win a series. They're 0 for 5 in terms of the leaderboards as well. So they're definitely bottom of the barrel, right? Yeah. So right now it's about really more about Team Max, actually. If Team Max wins this against Pro Esports and then they take a series against See You Soon tomorrow, they actually get 6th place.
Yeah, that's gonna be dangerous though. If they got those 2 wins, and it looks like it's possible. I think it's possible because of what Team Max has shown us yesterday when they fought against Paradise Esports. I think they have potential to do that. So this time, if they win against Pro Esports, that is a good start. They already have momentum. So tomorrow, they're going to be really ready for that next fight.
Yeah, I mean, for tomorrow, it's going to be the last day of the regular season. So definitely everybody needs to bring in their A game as well. And for today as well, second last day, Team Matt, they need this first stepping stone of taking out Pro Esports.
Oh, yeah. And I hope they would be able to do that. But again, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into that series. Don't go away. We'll be right back in just a bit.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation.
Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings.
Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back to the Wildcard King series. I'm a caster Moman. Joined with me today will be Dash. We are bringing you guys the last series of the day. There's civil war in Cambodia as Team Max will be headed up against Pro Esports.
Yeah, one thing to add is that both of these teams haven't had their first win yet. So this time, one of them, for sure, is going to get their first win. But let's talk about the stakes. The stakes here for the side of Team Max is going to be they need to win in order for them to get the 6th place spot from See You Soon, and tomorrow they also need to win their next game. But on the other hand, Team Max only has 2 more games, so they have to wait for somebody to lose in order for them to even get to that 6th place.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of things at the line, but if we talk about the intricacies, losing 2-1, getting 1 point in the series as well, this is all going to start to matter as well. So at this point, it's just about racking up as much wins as you can and hope you claw your way into the 6th spot, because there's going to be probably a tied spot from that 6th seeding as well. So definitely, if See You Soon, they do take the win against Team Max, then See You Soon, they are undisputed. They're 6th position. But for Team Max and Pro Esports, well, they just gonna have to take it one step at a time.
Yeah, they have to really think about how they are going to be approaching this, because there's a lot of challenges for them, for both of our teams, because with what happened, they were fighting against stronger teams. The Cambodian region hasn't really found their spot so far. Maybe getting the 6th place here would actually help them propel for the next season. But I love that there's a lot of fans for all of the Cambodian teams, which is one of the nicest things that we have seen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really amazing the level of support for the Cambodian region has gotten so far. And of course, for both of these teams here, I mean, there's a lot at stake, right? It's not just about winning or getting into the playoffs. It's also about the representation as well. And both of the teams, these teams will be going up against international teams in the playoff stakes as well, right? Getting that international experience, getting up against more of Fearless Esports, going up against more of Paws Gaming / Impunity. Well, these are the experiences that not every team can say they have had.
Yeah, an uphill battle for all of the Cambodian teams that we have, because right now is when it all starts. It's going to be doomsday for tomorrow. So it's going to be a really big challenge for them that they need to win. They need to wait for somebody to lose, which is one of the things that we need to think about here for them, because right now, audience prediction, it's going to be close. Yeah, as expected, 40% for Pro Esports. Team Mac is going to be having 60%.
I mean, both teams, well, they have shown that they can make these plays happen, just that they're just a bit disjointed, not finding that synergies, not finding the drafts to help them pull through. And for Pro Esports, well, they've been just not having a good time at all. I mean, for Team Max, I feel that Kashimo, he's been trying to make a lot of things work for Team Max, but they've just been very hard up with the follow-ups, not having the damages in time, not pulling off the utility in time. But just taking a look at the teams here. Pro Esports, Liang on that Clash lane, Flying Ace on the jungle, Lanx will be in that mid lane, Sakura on that farm role, and Easy on that role.
Yeah, let's be honest, this team, Pro Esports, really had a hard time the whole season. It's because the other teams that they're fighting against were really just far off from what they were used to. And this could be a wake-up call for the region overall, and getting Pro Esports in this place, not really a good spot, but I am really looking forward to their growth after this once they go to Season 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're running Easy in the support role instead of Micha, because I felt that, yeah, Micha was a great pickup for Pro Esports, but now that they're running Easy, maybe they found something out, right? Maybe they're trying something new, and they feel that this would be a good look on their synergy instead. So hopefully it works out for Pro Esports. Now, when we talk about Cambodia versus Cambodia as well, it's really that See You Soon has been one of the top few teams to watch out for, but who is the second here, right? Pro Esports Team Max, they're here to show that, yeah, we're here to actually play, and we're here to just show that our region has representation.
Oh, yeah. And now Team Max is going to be the next team here. Kashimo, Bins, Chigiri, Zukis, and Hatashi are going to be the players here for the team. I think I was surprised about having a new player here for the team, because this was not the main roster. Jufang is nowhere to be found. So Chigiri also switching to mid lane. This team has been good. You know what? I love this team just because of Kashimo making plays. This is almost like a Paws gaming version in where Snow was the star of the show. Here in Team Max, Kashimo is the star of the show.
Yeah, Kashimo has been doing quite a lot of work, especially on the Guan Yu. I really like his Guan Yu plays. And when he's on something like a Mayin as well, he is always forming those macro plays, getting those clashes in. And it's just about the synergy, right? Feels like they don't have a very good synergy. And with these switches, right, with the role swap, well, I mean, as a farm laner myself, swapping to mage roles, not something that I really want as a player. And for Chigiri, I hope that he has that in his pocket.
Yeah, I would hope that they would be able to do this, though, because having a new farm laner, having a different mid laner that you usually go for, this is very different dynamics, right? Very, very different traits that you need to have. You won't be the star of the show anymore as Chigiri, because most of the time we have utility mages in the mid lane. So this is something that we are kind of waiting for, but this was a bit too late to the regular season.
I mean, this is the second last day after all. This will be the last hurrah, right? For both teams, if they do lose 2-0 here, I mean, there's very slight chance that they can make it to the top 6 spot. So most of the time, I mean, it's already set into stone that these both teams are the teams that might be relegating from the season.
Yeah, they're really needing to defend their spot. Compared to Pro Esports, Team Max has a lot more chances here just because they were able to get like 2-game wins, not really match wins, but 2-game wins individually on different matches. So having that really gave them that extra advantage here compared to Pro Esports. And I'm really looking forward to their game here. If they win this and have a win against See You Soon, they could clutch their match, or they could clutch their play-ins, and that's good. I want Team Max to be seen there on the play-ins.
Yeah, and this is where, like, I feel there's not a lot of unknowns for these teams, because This is
Yeah.
Cambodia versus Cambodia, right? These players, they've been playing each other, maybe community tournaments, maybe in just scrims in just of nature as well. But of course, look at the banter and Lennox just going, yeah, at last we meet again.
Oh man, you know what? They have been very polite. I have been disappointed by the banters for the last few days because yesterday everybody has been polite. Today we see Bin saying there's no friendship in battle. This is like I'm picturing an anime scene in where Lennox and Vince are like on the rain talking. They have their swords, they're ready. At last we meet again, and Vince was like, "There's no friendship in battle." Then round will be starting. They will be starting with a fight.
Yeah, I mean, this really has all the anime tropes inside. Yeah, I really feel that. Well, we do have some sort of trash talk going on in the first few days as well. But of course, as we end into these regular season, the last few days, we do see these teams have been getting nicer. Maybe they're evolving as pro players. I would say, like regular season, has tempered them on. Has made them, maybe we shouldn't be so toxic all the time. This is a pro player's like evolution. Maybe
they're getting more media ready. I think that's good. I think that's good. So if ever they get interviews during, if ever they go into the bigger tournaments like KWC, once they go to the interviews, they don't do trash talk. So they're getting media ready, and that's good. Actually, that's good for the players having that growth. And again, this time they are meeting again, so we know that they already had scrims with each other before, so they probably know each other's moves and ban and picks at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's more about, well, you know what your team is comfortable with, you know what the enemy is comfortable with, but there's been some last minute switches, right? Easy now on that support, Jigiri now on that middle role, and now with the farm laner being replaced by Zuki's in Team Max. So there's going to be a lot of new stuff coming in, yet, it's still the same.
Oh yeah, and again, it's still going to be the same. Most of the things that they're going to be doing will be as expected. But what I like from the games that they've won from the side of Team Max has always been Agudo, a Lady Jun game. So that's something that I'm kind of looking forward to. So if ever they pick that up for the next few games, could be something that they could maybe use to get that easy 2-0 against Pro Esports.
Yeah, I mean, definitely both teams are looking for a 2-0 here. And for the side of Pro Esports, even if they get the 2-0, they are going to be tied in points for Team Max. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot at stake here. If Pro Esports, they do get this 2-0, they subsequently manage to lock both themselves and Team Max at the 7th and 8th position, right?
Yeah.
They're like, if we're not going in to play-ins and playoffs, neither are you. So,
Oh yeah, that could be something that we're gonna be seeing here. Because if they want to give Team Max a chance, if ever that's possible, a 2-0 should be at hand here for Team Max. Because tomorrow, after that, they're gonna be on equal scores with See You Soon. If that happens, if they win against Pro Esports, they're gonna be equal against See You Soon. Then that match is gonna be important because whoever wins that will be able to take that 6th place spot. I think this has been more intense compared to the second place fights that the teams have been having, because Paws Gaming and Fearless Esports just got there pretty easily from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we can see the top two. They're top two for a reason. But of course, it's always about the rest of the league, right? How far away are you from this top position? How much of time do you need for you guys to catch up? Whether or not this regular season has led them to the evolution, led them to explore new metas, and hopefully for Team Max, this role switch, I mean, it's not too big of a deal, or maybe it's a push in their favor where Chigiri just unlocks something in the middle of the battlefield, and he's like, yeah, maybe I'm suited for that mid role instead.
Oh yeah, and right now, maybe this is what they're looking for. Maybe this is something that they could use to maybe switch up the things here for their side and actually make it work. I like it. I like that they changed things up here. Might be a bit too late for the other teams, but could be a surprise for Pro Esports and even for See You Soon, because even in their scrims, this might not be in their card. This is something that they don't know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely both teams, there's a bit of surprises here and there. But yeah, it still falls back to the same storyline of Cambodia versus Cambodia, right? And it's been 0-5 versus 0-5. So it's really two of the teams that I feel are very matched in terms of power levels. So yeah, we might be in for a long series here, potentially just full best of threes, because both teams, they've been skirmishing each other for a very long time. And of course, to prepare for WKS, I would assume that they prepared with each other.
Yeah, they probably played a lot of the games for each other. And we know that both of these teams have been very different playstyle. One of the things that has been a constant problem for both of them has been how they finish the games, because they usually don't know what their win conditions are, and that's why some of the times they take time to understand that, and they don't take fights because of it. And mid-game to late game, or even just early game, they're already good. Mid-game to late game is their problem, and that's why they're here at the bottom.
Yeah, there's been a lot of small little drafting mistakes as well, right? Being too reactive on the drafts and just forming your team compositions a bit too early, showing your hand a bit too early as well, not having versatility in terms of hero picks as well. So there's a lot of things that they can work on, and hopefully they've worked on them so far, because definitely is going to be something that, well, if you're not going to make it in this season, we're going to be looking forward to how much you learned from this season and bring forward to next season.
Yeah, for next season especially, how are they going to be upgrading the region as a whole? Because that is going to be one of the biggest challenges here for the wildcards. Because the next time they're going to be in wildcards, they still are going to, with the spots that they have currently, they have 3 teams that were able to get in. Next time, they might be able to get that too. And being a stronger region is going to be really important here for the wildcards. Because remember, we only get the 1 slot in the KWC.
Yeah, I mean, Cambodia is a region, when we talk about these kind of games, when we talk about esports in general, they do have a lot of pedigree, they do have a lot of prestige, they have a lot of household names in esports as well. So we do hope that one day, I mean, they will be a very strong contender, right? And of course, this all starts here at WKS, where they're just trying to learn more about the other regions' metas. And for Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming having qualified through the qualifiers themselves, I mean, this shows how much that, you know, you got to go through the experience of getting that championship before you can actually play in this regular season as well.
Yeah, they're getting advanced in advance. And I love that the HK region has been able to get there really fast. I love that. I love that they were able to get there really fast. They lost against Impunity, both of the Hong Kong teams, and now this time they are fighting against Impunity, and both of them won. That's the biggest upgrade that we've seen from the last season. Now the next season, I want to see some upgrades also for the other teams, especially Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity, well, don't count them out yet, right? Because it's still best of 5s in the playoffs as well. So that's something that you guys will be looking forward to see. I mean, next week, we will be having the playoffs. And of course, for tomorrow, the regular season, we will be having the last day. Now, with the bans and picks, Pro Esports, they will get first ban and first pick.
Yeah, Pro Esports will be taking this first, and this is going to be going classic. Zheng Fei is going to be a priority. The Lian Po also has been used by Team Max a lot for them to win, but most likely going to be a Mai Shiranui ban after this.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of teams here, they've been scared of the same storyline, right? Luna, Mai Shiranui, and of course the Arlie as well. So, I mean, for both teams, that's something that they might want to look to ban out. So, with the pay being on that pool, I mean, it's not too big of a deal to both teams, because you're not going up against Paws Gaming, so maybe you don't want to take that out. But for Team Max and Pro Esports, right, they're taking out the Dolia first, and that opens up a lot of picks. I mean, for Team Max, if they do manage to get it.
Yeah, and Arlie is gonna be banned here for sure, right, for Team Max, but with that being open, Pro Esports could go for the Luna. Flying Ace, I know he plays a mean Luna, so that could actually come out this game. But Team Max might have an answer here in their belt, which is why they did not opt to ban for that. And the Dharma is going to go out first for Pro Esports.
Yeah, Dharma, of course, a very strong pick coming out from the side of Pro Esports. And with that, I mean, Team Max, they can go for a combo of themselves. I mean, if they want to go for the pay by rod, I mean, that's a very strong opener as well.
Yep.
Emulate the teams as well as the players. But for Team Max, well, if they want to counteract the Dharma, they can actually just pick up the Byron alone without the pay and instead pick up the Luna.
Yeah, and one thing I think they would need to make sure that Kashima would get what he wants here in this game, because he has always been one of the win conditions of the team, and just making sure that the other members would get the heroes that they want and let the Agudo, that's good. I think that I like that. Agudo together with the D-Range, they do have the pushing power, so having that in their belt is actually good as long as they play this fast.
Pro Esports going up with a very interesting pick here, right? Picking up the Nuwa this early with the Liam Po does not really answer too much from the side of Team Max. I would have much preferred having the Yixing pick. Maybe, having the Yixing pick together with Dharma as well. But of course, they want the damage. So yeah, Dia, Diren Dia will be the combo coming out for Team Max. Their strategies look a bit more clearer. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, maybe they've yet to show their hand, right?
Yep.
Dolia, I feel that would have been a great pick together with Nuwa, but they banned that out themselves.
Yeah, but Pro Esports, with what they have right now, one thing that I love about this is they do have a lot of executions that they could do. They have the Tremor Smash, they have the Truth Mantra, they can even use the Emergence to start fights. So that's something going for them. But Team Max is all about sustain. They have a lot of healing, they have a lot of attack speed to take down towers. So they're going to be sieging a lot this game, unless Pro Esports has something to do about it, because what I like about their comp is they have a lot of AoE to maybe mitigate that pushing power from Team Max.
Yeah, I mean, jump in is possible for the side of Pro Esports. There's abilities, to really start the team fight, yeah, but they're all high committal abilities, I feel, for the side of Pro Esports. So definitely they won't have as much tolerance for mistakes, right? Pro Esports definitely, I mean, at this point, they're gonna have to find something that can poke and prod, and maybe they're gonna look for that in their farm lane.
I think Lady Sun could be a good pick here. If you're fighting against a Leon Bo and a Dharma, and that is already a good pick. Once he drops the Tremor Smash, use the Destructive Deluge to stop them. Or even a Princess Frost, you could actually get away with that too. But yeah, that's a better one. Yixing could be a good pick here.
Yeah, I mean, the Yixing and the Agudo, I mean, at this point, Team Max, they have to go for the Guan Yu here, right?
Yeah.
Because the Yixing, Agudo, and Guan Yu, they are a very strong trio as a combo. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, right now, they've yet to pick up that farm laner and the support. So farm laner of choice going up against a Diren Jie, well, you do have a lot of things to pick from. I mean, if you want to go with the Paws gaming route, you can actually go for the Hou Yi if you're interested, especially with the Hou Yi combo together with the Nuwa. The Burning Sun Arrow provides a lot of vision for Annihilation, but they go for the Lung instead.
Yeah, they have the Lung, they have the range from the Nuwa, and the Hanshin to even engage from distance. This is good. At least they're answering all what Team Max would want here. They have some engages, they have some siege, and having somebody in front of that siege from Team Max is actually good. Engage versus the range is always going to be good. They just need to be really precise on how they commit this. And as you said, oh wait, never mind. They don't go with the Guan Yu. They go with the Mai Yin instead.
Wow, that would have been a very strong pick to go for the Guan Yu here, especially on the hands of Kashima. But, I mean, they find themselves lacking in terms of burst damage because Yixing will be on that middle lane, does not have a lot of damage with taking liberties. Well, I can see the argument there, but still, I mean, the repositioning coming out, well, they gave that up. We'll have to see how they execute it in this game here.
Yeah, they have a way to clean up the fights now. A lot of crowd controls, maybe some sustain, and some DPS on the back from the Agudo and the D.Va. But with what Pro Esports has, this is more trident in where you engage. Become precise with how they start the fights, because once they make a mistake, Team Max has more tolerance with mistakes, so they could actually punish them.
Yeah, Team Max doesn't seem like they are going to engage first. because at the same time, right, Team X, they have a limited amount of catch, and it's more about keeping Direnjie safe, about keeping Zuki's safe on this Direnjie, and getting the late conditions of that win condition as well. So for Team Max, really, it's more about biding the time and getting those counter engages through, and a lot of poke damage, right, from Team Max. If you see their early engagements and sustainability is very high tolerance. They have that ability to fight these long team fights, especially with Direnjie dealing damage from the back. So pro esports, they gotta find these pickoffs extremely early in the fights. Yeah, so now with voting in, right, we do see, I mean, the lineups here, I mean, definitely it's gonna be Team Max favorite for me. Pro esports, well, with the Hansen pick, it's a really big of a wild card coming through, and having the long is something that I hope that they can find that power spike timing going on. Pro esports, you can see the intentions here with the tremor smashes, with the matrices coming in, and of course the sustainability, that's gonna be an issue because Team X, if they don't get them picked off in this early stage of the game, Team X, they're just gonna punish them. With the board, it's gonna be extremely easy for Team X to just continue punishing here. And both teams, well, tournament life is definitely on the line here. So definitely gonna be a bit hard for both teams to actually make it into that top 6 spot. Team Max, they have a good shot. -6 points versus -8 points. Well, speaking of negatives, Pro Esports, they're at -10 points. So yeah, it's gonna be hard for all these Cambodian teams, but definitely one of them is gonna make it in the top 6 positions. Yeah, Yixing, I mean, I feel that, yeah, still good. Team Max, well, I feel that right now there's been a technical pause, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so there's a technical pause in the game. So, yeah, you'll be hearing me talking for a while looking at these team fights. And yeah, Mayin for Team Max, really strong. Yeah, but I want to see how Kashimo uses this. Guan Yu would have been way better, but I'm not too sure whether the Guan Yu would have supplemented the damage needed for Team Max. Now, for Pro Esports, that Hansen, whether you go for that tank ability, whether you go for the damage, now that's going to be very interesting.
Okay, so with what we've seen here from the draft, I love that we are seeing a lot of engages here for Pro Esports. As he said, there's a lot of ways for Pro Esports to make mistakes here on their draft. The only problem that I have here is how they're going to be executing that. And you know that everybody wants the new law to get the early game engages with the emergence. And especially with the combos that they have, that could really be possible with this draft.
I mean, the setup coming through from the matrices into the Tremor Smash, into the Truth Mantra, that's going to be the key dream scenario, right? And for Team Max, it just feels like they have a lot of mobility, they have a lot of sustain. So, I mean, Pro Esports, there has been a problem with them getting disjointed in these team fights. And I just feel that if they don't get the damage through, if the Flaming Palm doesn't come through, if the Hansen does not have enough damage, then suddenly Team Max, they just look dandy in a great position because they survived the burst.
Yeah, they would need to think about that, though. I mean, Team Max, as you said, they do have a lot of ways to mitigate that by having a bit more on the sustain department, because they have some healing coming in from the Diadea, and the Destined Encounter also is a good source of damage. What I like here is how it is a bread and butter combo that we have. We have the Yixing together with the Diadea. Once they go in together with the Gorge Mobilization from Bins, there's also a way for them to counterattack if ever they get caught on by Pro Esports.
Team Max, I mean, Well, it just looks like an easier execution lineup, right? Like I would choose T-Max's lineup over Pro Esports lineup any day if let's say we're playing just a ranked match.
Yeah, true. I agree. Just because it is easy, there's a lot more risk tolerance. Even if you make mistake, it's okay. But Pro Esports, they're going all in. And I like this, especially if you're really clawing in to go to the 6th place. Going all in is also a good strat.
And well, there's gonna be that interesting case where Ising will be piloted by Chigiri as well, and of course it's Zuki's debut in the league. So for him, it's gonna be kind of quite a lot of pressure. I do believe I've seen Easy play before. He's replaced the Rome player Micha once before, so there's no problem there.
Yeah,
but
and I think they have found success from Easy being here. I mean, it's not really a big of a change because they still haven't won a single match, but it still works. The team still works even with the changes that they have here for Pro Esports. I just want to see a bit more smooth of a gameplay from them.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, these teams, they are going into that playoffs. Well, as we prepare for playoffs, we need to cut away 2 of these teams. So 6 of them are going to make it, and 2 of them will not be seen in the playoffs as well. And of course, for the final playoffs, of course, that's next Saturday, it will be only 4 teams left. Next Friday, we will have the play-in stages where whoever gets eliminated also does not make it to playoffs. So we will only be seeing 4 out of 8.
Yeah, and the challenging thing about the play-ins, though, is that it's not even a best of 5. It's just a best of 3, which is the scariest part about it. If you make a mistake on the play-ins, that's the last best of 3 that you're going to be playing. And that's why after that is where the best of 5 starts on the double elimination, and the challenge will be coming through. And now, with this, right now on the teams list that we have, both of these teams are really gunning for that spot. But will they be able to? That's the question, because tomorrow they still have more games to play. And Pro Esports will be facing against Paradise Esports also, which is one of the middle of the pack teams.
Yeah, I gotta say that maybe if Team Max wins, see you soon. Yeah, they have a chance. But currently, the way that the Cambodian teams have been playing, see you soon, are really cemented at that top position, right? And against Pro Esports, they really came out on top. So yeah, I'm just hoping that Team Max, they have something to show here in these games, because for them, this is tournament life, and for Team Max, it's a debut team. I want them to do as well as Ultra Rare Esports when it comes to this kind of things. But Ultra Rare Esports, they've been performing very well against the other region. But now, let's just head on into the game as the pause is done.
Yeah, and this is going to be the start of the game. This is game number 1 of match number 3. And this is going to be one of the more interesting matches here, because this is a game in where most likely we're going to have a full best of 3.
I mean, full best of 3, definitely. And for Team Max, I just feel that they just outdrafted Pro Esports very handily in this series, in the first game at least. And yeah, it's up to Team Max to make a mistake here. Hopefully they don't.
Yeah, if Team Max, right now with their composition, right now they have a really big advantage here on the early game on how they're going to be playing it, because they're a lot more flexible, and they can even fight for that first objective, the Tyrant at 4 minutes, because they have the battle stats to do so compared to what Pro Esports has.
Yeah, and with that lane priority actually going the way of Pro Esports, but Team Max Emergence is here from Lennox to answer. The matrices are there as well, and already the answer coming out from Flying Ace. He has the damage to not actually finish them off. Team Max, they are all low, and they're not be getting finished off. Now, with the Tremor Smashes, Chigiri will get knocked up, not able to find the response. Both teams able to disengage cleanly.
Yeah, Lennox with that emergence actually made it hard for Team Max to finish a job there. And that's what I like about the new wall. Oh, wait, top side, Kashimo.
Yeah, Kashimo not able to find the finish onto Liang. Liang has been doing a great job of keeping the lane pressure here so that he can farm it up. Now, Flying Ace, he's going to try and seize the opportunity, but Flash has been expended from Kashimo.
That's good. Spending the flash on the top side, forcing them out, could actually go for another fight here if ever they try to take it. Right now, with what we're seeing, Shiguri already positioning himself at the bot side of the map, and I like that because they would be able to make sure that this game could be going in favor of them.
And now we do have the emergence being expended on that bottom lane as well. And something that I don't like is that middle lane resources have not been funneled to anybody. Now we do see Bins rotating towards that. And now that's something that I want to see done more often, applying the lane pressure when you know that the opponents have committed their utility.
Yeah, and comparing both of their lineups. Oh, fight.
Yeah, we do have the Tremor Smashes coming through. Zuki's, he's in a bit of trouble. He does have the
He's
flash, but not able to survive. He's already out of the game. First blood will be given to Sakura as he pops the infinite fastest. Bins is here, but not in time. And I mean, at this point, Team Max, they lost that win condition.
Yeah, they lost the keys in that fight. That was a great truth match. Liang was just waiting right there in the bottom side of the map, waiting like a shark, waiting for its prey, and he got Suki's, and he was dead. There was nothing he could do to save himself.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Max, at that point, it's really about just having Kashimo, having that vision. He's been doing a great job all series, but just that one lapse in timing, couldn't find Liang. And now Liang, he's still able to knock back Bins at this point. Bins will be able to keep control of his own jungle, but Flying Ace, he's on the job. He's already in that bush. He does jump in, and
nice
he gets the spike steal.
Oh yeah, got the steal. Tyrant's still up. Liang on the top side has been giving up a lot of resources here, just giving it to the tower, and Kashimo is farming up like crazy. So this Tyrant could be in danger.
Yeah, Team Max, they will be getting Tyrant right now. Tremor Smash is coming through the board. Not able to lock up anyone for now. Able to keep them at the corner, but Bins will be the first priority target. As the Matrices, they're dealing a lot of damage. Kashimo falling through the back line. Able to clean up. Gets the double. Will he get a triple here? He does not have the utility. Does not have the cooldown, but that was a great trade for Team Max.
This is what we're talking about. Kashimo making some plays, finishing off the back line. Look at the replay that we had here. That was a great Tremor Smash. He got 3 people out there, and that's why it was easy enough to finish the kills that they needed there. But Lennox didn't really have the annihilation to finish the long-range targets, which is why they weren't able to get the other 2 kills that they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the Matrices were doing a lot, but the same thing about Kashimo not being able to keep eyes on Liang. Liang was not able to keep eyes on Kashimo, and Truth Mantra being used to initiate with the Tremor Smash, it's very nice, yes, but if they don't catch the Mayin, well, that's going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, Mayin is just going to eat up your backline, especially this two. Lennox and Sakura are going to be really easy targets unless Sakura has that infinite fastness. Now, top side might be in danger.
Yeah, roll being used, and now they do get a bit of chip damage onto Easy as well. The board has been laid out. Sakura and Lennox, they're stuck in it for now. Tremor Smashes in the back lane just to keep the creeps away, but Easy will give up his own life, and Lennox, he gets sniped down by Mayin as he got the double kill onto Sakura as well. Flying Ace, he's in a lot of trouble, but he's able to disengage away, and this is something that Pro Esports, they just don't have the answer to.
Oh man, Kashimo is being allowed to carry this game. Yes, the tower in the bot lane has been taken off, but the top side answer is going to be enough. They're going to get a T2 and a mid T1, and that is big. Team Max has been capitalizing on these wins.
Yeah, they are getting the objective trades in. 4,000 gold lead already. And this is going to start to snowball really hard, especially they get these hands on the objectives. They will get the Overlords. They will get the Vanguards going for them. Now, Kashimo already getting that key power spike 6 minutes into the game. This is going to be very hard for the backlines of Pro Esports.
Oh man, Kashimo is just crazy. Getting on Lennox every time. The timing, he has been so good about this. We talked about this before, Mo, man. We talked about how Kashimo has been making plays. And if he has an assassin on his hands, he's just going to do it by himself. He's just going to get the kills.
Yeah, definitely. And this is something of a breakthrough coming out from Team Max. they need to start letting Kashimo become the playmaker because he's been starting to make all these plays. And versus Pro Esports, well, we start to see him really shine in these situations. Now, they are showing themselves on the bottom side of the map. Hansen, Flying Ace, he's not there. And the rest of the team members, they will jump. And already Kashimo jumping in the back line. The board has been set up, locking all 3 members. Kashimo will have a field day here. Infinite Vastness popped by Sakura, but already 2 members gone as they take the tier 1 and the tier 2, and now they will want to push even more.
They're sieging really fast. D3 might get taken down here, and looking at it though, they will be able to do so.
Yeah, the Vanguard is now there. They do have the Annihilation to take it out. Now, Benz, he's in a lot of trouble and not able to find the follow-up damage on Pro Esports. Now, this is what I was worried about Pro Esports, right? They do have the lane clear. They do have what it takes to clear these lanes, but they don't have the ability to take these team fights for long. They have to take out a key target. If not, they lose these team fights just as a whole.
Yeah, good thing they were able to pop the Blood Rage here for Bins, but the towers have already been taken down. 6k gold lead in this game, and we haven't seen a really decisive play coming in from Flying Ace. I'm kind of expecting that he's the one making plays on the backline, taking down Zuki's, taking down Chigiri, because they're the easiest target that he could latch onto, but we haven't seen that yet. They need to do that right now, because if not now, when? The game is slowly getting pushed to the side of Team Max.
Yeah, Team Max will be able to take this Tyrant as well. They will have to buffer 90 seconds. Now, this Crimson Golem is not locked for life. Hansen able to get out, but already in the backline. Kashimo, he's jumping in.
Man.
He wants to get on Len X. The Tremor Smash already being used. Won't have it for easy as he just falls trying to save the rest of his teammates. Now, with that, Bins gets a lot of chip damage on that bottom lane turret as well. They will be trying to force disadvantage.
While that's happening, tower in the mid lane also got taken down. 6 towers are now out, and Shigiri in trouble.
Does have the passive here, so he's just playing with death as they will get the bottom lane turret and Liang as collateral as well. Oh my god, Team Max, they have been just collapsing on these objectives.
Oh man, they know how to play, and they are really hiding and fight again. Backline.
Yeah, Flying Ace nearly became the target of hate of Kashimo. He does have the ultimate, so he can jump if he wishes to do so. Does have whatever as well.
Oh, no.
But now this tier 3 turret in the middle lane already gone. Lennox will be shut down as the crystal is already falling as Team Max, they play an extremely clean game and they get a 1-0 lead.
What a game from Team Max. You've seen every player coming in from their side. This actually worked. The smiles on their faces. They played a very good game. Even though there was a mistake, some rough patches here and there. Team Max really know how to play the macro. They force Pro Esports to react again and again. And Pro Esports really indulged them on the reactions.
Yeah, and Team Max, I mean, if they continue to play like this, if they continue to draft like this, well, they are on the road to get into that top 6 spot. So see you soon. They have to watch out. They have to watch out for how they're playing here. And Chigiri, I gotta say, right, him on the E-Sing, well, as a farm laner moving into the mid role, it didn't really feel like he was a farm laner. He really owned that mid role very well.
Yeah, the only difference that I've seen here is that they didn't really opt to give all the resources to Bins. This is probably the farm laner in Chigiri talking. He was still going back to mid to get those resources. You were talking about that a while ago, and Bins was not getting funneled that game. But you know what? The only thing that they needed to funnel that game was Kashimo, because he was the star of the show there.
Yeah, Kashimo did an extremely good job. But of course, in the team fights, in the glory of that 4v4s, when Kashimo was cleaning up in the backline, Hatashi, he consistently kept his teammates safe and of course dealt damage at the same time, as well as acting as a pseudo tank. Well, though we were talking about them not having that catch potential, Hatashi was the only catch potential, right? And the counter catch coming out from Hatashi's, they were so good that Chigiri was able to set up great boards just because of Hatashi going in.
Oh yeah, and Chigiri with the boards also has been really good. I love that he has been getting like 3-man, 2-man boards every time, and that's why Pro Esports, whenever they caught up on it, they won't be able to do anything. Look at the damage here from Pro Esports. They had higher damage on Sakura and Lennox, but there was nobody there to finish the job or even initiate for them because they're doing a good job already, but Liang wasn't able to get a good Truth Mantra in.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a good Truth Mantra, right? But what does it mean when you Truth Mantra the team? Because you get a kill, yes, but at the sake of what? Kashimo just destroying your back lines? For Team Max, it was just that simple. Yes, we let them Truth Mantra us, we survived through it, and then we just let Kashimo clean up because Pro Esports, once they commit, they can't disengage that easily.
Yeah, and we've seen that a lot of times for them, and whenever they're trying to go for disengages, they're really caught lacking because the chase potential from Team Max is really high too, which is why they are still going to be in the lead in the end there, and it was so good. It was a good performance from Team Max. It shows a bit of light of what they did yesterday because yesterday, this was how they performed, and the MVP in that game is going to be Hatashi on that 109, 17% damage. Not really high stats though because he's the roamer.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it is a good show coming out from that support role. Hatashi doing so much on these team fights, not able to be found as well. Taking him out might have been the answer, right? Getting a Truth Mantra onto Hatashi might have stopped the sustain coming through, and they weren't able to find the answer because Hatashi's spacing was so good and consistently disrupting these team fights. I mean, he was doing such a great job.
Yeah, it was doing such a good job, especially if you're playing a self-support like Diadia and Dolya. You always will have the value on most of the fights, and especially with the Diadia, it's way easier. One destined encounter could change the tides of the battle.
Yeah, and you can see that, right? Consistently just knocking them up, making sure that they don't get the disengage. Now Kashimo coming through with that board. Now, with the rest of the team fights, Kashimo always setting up the plays and ready. Not able to get away. Easy, his tremor smashes, I gotta say, right? They did find the catches, but it was never followed up on.
Yeah, that's the only bad thing about it, though, because they don't really have the tools to do so. Liang could be their only tool to do the follow-up with, but they didn't really have the timing right in order for them to go in, which is why it's really unfortunate that they weren't able to really get the maximum potential with this lineup. But again, that was just game 1. Game 2 could be different because at least now with the global ban pick, we're not going to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, from the side of Chigiri as well, I mean, going into that mid role, maybe Yixing is the only thing that he knows how to play. Hopefully that's not the case because they are here at WKS and it's going to be a global ban pick, best of 3, so better have more heroes in your pockets. Now, for Team Max, well, I gotta say, they've been doing a great job, right? We saw all 5 members of them all now gathered at the table. So maybe communication has been the issue all along, and they have kind of fixed it. They did a hot fix on the spot.
Yeah, it was on the spot though, because this was the only game they did the switch up on the team, and it actually works. And I like that it's working for the team. If they are not going to be putting Chigiri on very high mechanical mid laners like the Mai Shiranui, things would go well. If they pick up the Lady Jun, they pick up the Princess Frost for him, this could work out for the team and the formula could really go on. Pro Esports, with this loss, really puts them really down in the ranks. And this is what we were talking about a while ago. Losing 2-0 on here will lose the chance for Pro Esports.
Yeah, Pro Esports now currently, I think even if they win 2-1, that doesn't put them in a situation where they can get back into that position.
Yep.
So it's looking really rough on them right now. Pro Esports will be secure that number 8 spot. Well, they can win up against Paradise Esports to push themselves up in the ranking, but it's from 8 to 7. So it's not going to really help them to get into the playoff stage. So yeah, for Pro Esports, well, they did really have to win that first series.
Wait, just calculating what happened a while ago too. So See You Soon lost 2-0 a while ago, right? So, with or rather from the last time, right? So, this is at this point, Team Max already is in the same spot as them. So, winning this actually puts Team Max on the 6th place.
Yes,
Okay.
they are at the 6th place, but of course, if they're tied in points, so it will be a head to head. So that the important thing is still gonna be the Team Max versus See You Soon tomorrow. Yeah,
That's
so whoever wins a series.
Yeah, that's going to be the other biggest match that we're going to have tomorrow. Because the other big match is going to be Fearless versus Paws Gaming. So that's something that I'm going to be tuning into for sure. But this time, let's tune into this game because right now, Pro Esports really needs to win this. Or at least if they want to get this to a Game 3. But Team Max, if they want to really get that 6th place, yes, they need to win this one.
Yeah, it's more important for Team Max than for Pro Esports, I would feel. Like, Pro Esports currently right now, well, I would say, like, don't get your morals down. I mean, it's always more about learning the game itself, learning the regions itself, and they've been showing a very good showing here at WKS, right? We've seen them play against the top few teams. Of course, yes, they struggled, but as Kim Do-fu would say, I mean, there are the winners, and then there are the learners. And, I mean, I would say that See You Soon, they had a chance to play with the very best.
Yeah, and just learning about this, we have been talking about it since a while ago. It's important for them to get this learning from them because learning about things in this, learning about the meta, the ban pick, the way they move around the map is always going to be a win. So that next season, they would have a chance to fight back.
Yeah, and understanding why they ban the hero, understanding why they pick certain heroes, and why they go for certain item builds, right? For example, on the Lung that we saw, usually in the bigger games that we see, if there is a frontline tank, the Lung changes the itemization to a Starbreaker first. Why is that so? And instead of going for the Eternity Blade, instead of going for the Axe of Torment, that is in the recommended guide, by the way. They recommend Lung to go for an Axe of Torment first, which I don't really like. It doesn't sit well with me because in these kind of big games as a Lung, you don't really care about the Axe of Torment because you're not taking the fights as much because you're picking a Lung to survive and you just build the late game damage so that you can go back in. So now, if you go for an Axe of Torment in the highest level of gameplay, well, you're just doing something wrong.
Yeah, and from what we've seen from a lot of the regions, right, they always go Eternity Blade first and Master Sword, then Starbreaker, if I remember correctly, because they want to just deal 1 damage, back off, don't care about the cooldown reduction from the Axe of Torment, and then just go in. That is usually what happens, because most of the time you don't really get caught in the middle of the battle whenever you're playing the Lung.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like small things that you see out of the shifts and changes that come through in the pro competitive scene that actually might help you improve your overall gameplay as well, right? Why are some rotations coming through at this timing? Why are they fighting at this timing? Because they want to secure some objectives. And you gotta know the win conditions of the game. We saw from Paws Gaming, the win condition was not Snow. And Snow, well, he gave up his life so that Myasodus could consistently get into the enemy's jungle, which really just gave him the gold advantage. And suddenly, Snow just became a monster because Myasodus gave him that space.
Yeah.
And now, with this, right, we see the Cambodian regions, they start to apply it.
Yeah, and I like that they're really adapting this almost the same playstyle as what the other teams have been doing. And I like that. I like that they're also seeing the potential of Kashimo. I do think Kashimo is a very good player. And I think Team Max needs to really step up in order to really see what he sees. It looks like he always sees something far away that the other members of Team Max are not seeing. And with this current draft that they have, it's working. They kind of understand what Kashimo is looking at this point.
Yeah, I feel that if you let Kashimo do the shot calls, I mean, for Team Max, it would be much better. And it feels like, yeah, they have adapted to that way better, especially against this series versus Pro Esports. Well, meanwhile, for Pro Esports, right, they did replace Micha on the support as well. So I would like to see like where that lands them.
Yeah, I want to see what... Ooh, they even banned the Mayin so that nobody on the... This screams... Whenever a Mayin gets banned, this screams like a Guan Yu game for me. I think Team Max is cooking up a Guan Yu for the last pick here.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Pro Esports, well, they are facing that Zhang Fei pick, and of course, they don't have the ability to use the Yi Xing together with Zhang Fei, so there will be no Unbridled Outburst, World is my board combo. But for them, they can go with something like a Dolia Dun and something along the lines of a Pei Byron as well. So they pick up the Lady Sun, and what will be the next one? Is it going to be a Ming? No, it's going to be a Byron.
They pick up the Byron. This is much more doable, which is why Team Max didn't really hesitate to ban the Ma Yin. So with this, the Lady Sun together with the Byron, not really a groundbreaking on the first two picks. This is something very safe for their side. But Team Max could actually go with the Dahlia Elaine here. Oh, never mind. They're going to go with the Luna. Actually, good.
Yeah, Luna comboing together with the Leaping Savior Zhang Fei, really very good.
Ooh.
Having the Shi, having the Twisted, the Silky Beauty to actually just hold the members down, right? One member down, it's enough. Byron, yes, he's weak to lockdown. So for Shi, it's a very good answer towards the Byron, especially if you don't have the combination. But for Pro Esports now, if they pick up the Pei, there's now that Luna to answer back. Princess Frost, it's a very good lane clear versus Shi. So very good answers.
Yeah, I do think that they have a lot more safety on the side of Team Max. I love that they have the Shi together with the Zhang Fei. These two are very safe picks. They could really turn the tides of the fight with the crowd control that they have. And pairing that up with the Luna, just the first three picks, I already love Team Max's composition.
Yeah, Team Max's composition is just going to be extremely scary to deal with. Pro Esports right now, it still looks pretty haphazard. But for Team Max, well, they did ban out the Mozi. I really like this as well. The second thing that they need to look to ban out might be the Liang as well, right? Liang is, of course, very good at dealing with the Zhang Fei. And, of course, also good at dealing with the Luna as well. And it combos extremely well with the Princess Frost.
Yeah, the Liang Princess Frost combo is a classic, and banning that out for Team Max really loses them that potential unless they want to challenge Pro Esports in their own game, which they would not do because they banned the Liang. That's actually good. At least now they're smart to do so. Right now with the Dolia getting picked, just to reset the Princess Frost could also be a potential Dun pick, which is why they picked up the Dolia.
Yeah, I mean, there is a potential for the Dun here. I mean, Pro Esports, I mean, they have to go for the Dun here because I don't see the Celestial Melody being good for anything else. So they have to go for the Dun here. And for Team Max, well, they have a lot of holes to fill. But I mean, at this point, they can't just pick up anything that they want. I mean, with the Arlie being banned now, they can pick up the Chano. Yeah, they do pick it up. They can pick up a Shoyu and it would still work with this lineup. But they go for the Elaine so that, well, it's not exactly denying anything. So, yeah, I mean, both sides really just kind of pulling the trigger a bit too early.
You know what? That's interesting. Because, you know what? The Guan Yu could be a good pick here. If you're fighting against a Lady Sun, and that last pick could have been Guan Yu for Kashimo, especially on how good he plays that Guan Yu, could have been the game. I'm really surprised about that Elaine pick. You know what? It's not bad, but against a Byron, he could actually hold his hold on pretty well.
I mean, they didn't want a Dolia Elaine, but well, Dolia Dun is pretty good as well. And yeah, I mean, if you want to deny, you should have picked the Dun on the Clash lane there.
right.
But yeah,
I'm really surprised that they went with this direction though. Maybe they have something cooking up for us because so far I haven't seen Kashimo play the Elaine yet, which is why I'm kind of surprised that they went with this.
Yeah, and for you guys, there's a gift code on the screen right now. Do go to your HOK application and do key in this code for a chance to get an epic skin. And for this, I really feel that Elaine, yeah, you can lane with Liang, but of course, it's all about the backline dive, right? Team Max, now that I see it, yeah, they do have the Luna for the backline dive. Elaine will be pairing up pretty well in terms of damage.
Oh yeah, I think one of the reasons why they picked this is just to win the lane against Liang here on the top side. So that is something that I was always surprised of, how they pair the Kashimo a lane versus the Byron, because you know what, it works because there's a lot more DPS for a Kashimo.
Yeah, and Kashimo, well, at this point, he does need to play a bit safe. Easy is there to take care of the lane. He will be consistently rotating on this Dolia. And in terms of sustain, right, Pro Esports, they have a very good sustain lineup. And I just feel that, yeah, they have a very good executable lineup. But look at this top lane, already first blood. Bins will be able to pick up Liang. That knockup coming through, Kashimo really using it and abusing it.
Yeah, winning that lane early in the game and putting their eggs in the top lane basket, winning against a Byron really takes him out of the game. Because if you win against him, he wants to win the early game. He wants the domination in the early. If he doesn't get that, that loses value on that hero.
Yeah, now this would mean Team Max, they can ramp up the pressure because of this wildcard pick, this Luna here, right? It's going to provide a lot of pressure here, but Hatashi has been locked up by the Frigid Prison and finds victim to the Winters here.
I love that combo though. That what they did, the wind slash to the Frigid Prison was so good.
Yeah, and we have consistent damage coming out. Chigiri will get frozen. Vince is here, though, with the launch pad, able to find spacing. Now, both members, they have to run away. There will be no finish, but, I mean, it's still a clean disengage for Pro Esports.
What a close fight. I thought they're gonna get the kill there, but they weren't able to. And Hatashi just going out with a bang, just smiting those boars so that they wouldn't be able to get it for flying ace.
Yeah, I mean, Hatashi at this point, he is level 4. He will have the Unbridled Outburst. Now, Team Max, they're a team that are very heavily reliant on this Unbridled Outburst for the disrupt. So, I mean, Team Max, at this point, Hatashi's Unbridled Outburst will be something to look forward to.
Yeah, waiting for that for the next fight, though. The Tyrant fight especially. And one thing that is important to note is Luna always needs to have the Asura buff before she would be able to effectively fight in most battles. So that's something we always have to look at. If bins have been stolen from, it will be a bad luck.
Yeah, and already Bins, he's 1v3 in the middle lane, able to get out. Wind Slash not able to connect here. Bins really showing off his Luna skills here. Hatashi, he was there to help, but has to use the Leaping Severe to disengage. There will be a lot of burst damage coming out from Sakura.
Love the new moon reset on that last one. Bins could have died there, but he made sure that somebody had a stack on their head so that she would be able to get away real fast. Right now is going to be the start. 8 seconds on the clock, the Tyrant is going to be there. Pro Esports could be in position here because I know they have advantage in the early game, so they would try to take this as early as they can.
Yeah, and of course the teleportation circle, how does it get used here is ready on cooldown. But now we do have the Unbridled Outburst out from Hatashi and a jump in from the side of Chigiri. But Chigiri is now down. Zuki's now down as well. Bins is unable to find the finish onto Lennox as Pro Esports. They are truly at an advantage. Kashimo does have the Death at Sunset, but not able to find anything.
Nice flash from Liang. The Storm Strike getting 2 on the backline. Zuki's and Chigiri had nowhere to go. And after that, the burst down just came in. And that was the fight. After that, it was ended. Look at this. The Storm Strike to the Wind Slash. Nobody would be surviving that. And also, Hatashi pulled the trigger so early on that Unbridled Outburst, which is why they didn't have any of that on that fight.
Yeah, and this is why I really don't like the lane pick coming through. Because even if you had the Death at Sunset, that's not going to do anything when your teammates are getting knocked up and just killed instantly. Now, for Pro Esports, there's going to be a very easy executable team fight with the Unruly Blade and the Wind Slash again and again, especially with the Celestial Melody.
Yeah. Right now, Pro Esports putting a lot of people on the bot side, which is not really ideal. Because the top side could get pushed here by the duo. Bins is already going for the steal here on the Crimson buff. And that is going to be it. Right now, Team Max could potentially take this down.
Yeah, now Pro Esports, they are answering. Liang, he will be here to try and play keep away. But now with that going on, Team X, they go to the leader stance, already on that bottom lane, going to find a lot of chip damage and get a turret for themselves. Now, Bins, he's continuing these macro advantages. Team X, they've been doing a great job of macro recovery.
Look at Pro Esports. Look at where they're going. They're always going to the state of the battle. Right now, Liang might be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Liang, he might be in trouble. Kashimo, he does have the Death of Sunset to disengage. Now, Team Max, they're just pulling them around. This is something that Impunity love to do, and something that now Team X, they've learned how to do.
Oh no, they're always going to where Team Max wants them to go. Look at them. They're moving across the map, and that's not good. Right now, the bot lane is in danger.
Yeah, Bridal Outburst already being used. They want to secure this tier 2 turret here. Rest of the team members is here. They know that Unbridled Outburst is not available. But look at Ben's movement with the Vanguards,
Liang?
right? They just want to disengage. But Liang, he finds that knock-up onto Chigiri and to Zuki's. Well, that matter, though, because in the grand scheme of things, Team Max, they just want these turret pushes.
Yeah, Pro Esports has been doing a good job here. Now mid lane could be opened up here by Pro Esports. Liang, again, double Storm Strike on the same targets. That is very valuable.
Yeah, not able to get the vision in time. Hatashi will be found in the jungle. This Crimson buff will not be long for life, but they do get the answer onto Bins and Kashimo, right? They've been playing this top side extremely well, and I'm looking forward to the farm for Team Max. When they are able to jump these backlines, they will be at critical mass.
Yeah, right now topside T2 will be taken down. They're putting a lot of people. The only problem I'm seeing from Pro Esports is they're putting a lot of people in the same spot, which is what Team Max has been using to be able to get the push themselves.
Yeah, and the resets coming through from Bins just secures him a lot of mobility to engage and disengage. There's something that I'm really scared for is the macro game going through, because they're losing a lot of map advantages, even though they get this mid lane turret. But look at this Bins with a 1v4, able to disengage, keeping Flying Ace in check here. But he will survive for now. It's extremely low, finally gets cleaned up by Liang, but Kashimo in the backline able to finish up on Liang's, and now Easy, he will be the target, is able to flash away.
Force out a lot of flashes, 2 kills going into the side of Pro Esports. Great engage again from Liang with a Storm Strike, but it was a bit too late. Nobody was there to follow up, and the backline from the side of Pro Esports have been breached.
Yeah, Easy, he is not long for life if he continues to stay here. But now, with the chip damage, they want this middle turret and they want it now. But their creeps, they are not there. The lane pressure has been dealt with. Now, Pro Esports, right now, they are now moving in a better way. But I would say, Team Max, they still have a vice control of this map.
Yeah, they have advantage. Time will be taken here by the side of Pro Esports. There's no contest here unless Hatashi gets it, but never mind. So far, it's just Pro Esports, they're sticking together, and right now the macro is still going in favor of Team Max.
Yeah, Team Max, they are a long way from recovery, though. They need at least 2,000 more gold to at least even up in terms of net worth. Now, Chigiri constantly able to deal a lot of consistent chip damage. I mean, that's going to be one of the factors that Pro Esports, they need to watch out for, right? Sure, that lockdown, it might put Liang in a lot of danger. Now, Kashimo, with the macro plays, they've been doing a good job at the top and bottom.
Yeah, Bins and Kashimo are just doing the side lane since a while ago. And because of that, look at this map movement that we're seeing. Right now, the mid lane is open. They can push that. And because there's a lot more people on the top side, bot lane could get pushed pretty easily.
Yeah, Liang now, he's in danger. He's getting pulled and gets shut down. They need to worry about that. Liang is that target for Chigiri at this point. Now, Bins, he might be in a bit of danger. Does have the reset to actually get out, but is he dead here? 1v4 situation. Able to jump out for it now and already spaces himself out even further. Team is here and the rest of the team will be able to re-engage. This is why Luna is so scary. Kashimo, he's trying to force things out, trying to force out the cooldowns. Liang is not here. Lennox is already gone. Flying Ace falling extremely low, but already in the front line. Sakura is gone and Easy will be done in the back line as well. Flying Ace, the only one to survive, but he does not have damage. They finally take care of Bins, but they have lost all members.
What a great way to tackle the fight. Kashimo was doing his own work there together with Hatashi, getting onto the backline, taking down every squishy that they have on the team. Now, because of what they did, the investment that they did in where they got more towers against Pro Esports, it's easier to cut them off whenever they're rotating from top side to bot side every time they're doing a macro play.
Yeah, it seems like Pro Esports, they are trying to clock some steps on their step counter or something. Because they've been walking around. If they had a heat map, they just been walking around the map. They aren't even engaging with the unruly blade. Yeah. And now with this Tyrant being taken out, leader stats being popped, already in the backline, Kashimo is dealing a lot too easy. That is the Dolia God. Now Hatashi might be the target for Liang, but not for long. Liang falling extremely low. There's a right-click damage, and the rest of the team members, they finally take care of Kashimo. Liang still surviving, but now finally taken out. Unbridled Outburst finds the stun onto Lennox, has the flash and the Splendor, but he will be going out.
That was so close. I thought with that stun, they could have gotten a kill there with Sakura, but they still got advantage. 3-for-1. Kashimo doing his work on the backline, getting AZ out of the way so that they all need to back off. Even Sakura and Flying Ace were not in that fight because they had to deal with Kashimo. And now with that, Tyrant is being taken and there's no answers from Pro Esports.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they're not going to be able to contest for the side of Pro Esports. But for Team Max, right, what does this mean for them? I mean, this means that they are going to get 2 objectives. This Shadow Overlord, even with a Primal Bond, Pro Esports, they know that they can't contest because Lennox is extremely far away. Not having the Splendor is going to be huge for them as well. Now, with the Shadow Overlord being taken, they will want to go for more Death at Sunset already used here. And prime target here will be on to Sakura. Make sure that he cannot get the damage through. Hatashi extremely low, but Flying Ace, the front line is gone. Easy will be falling as well. Lennox will be the next one. 3-for-0 with 2 objectives. Team Max walk away with a clean sweep.
3-for-0, and Liang and Sakura the only ones alive, and this could be the finish.
Yeah, they go for more here. They continue to jump throughout the backlines. They know that there's no catch. Sakura, the only one alive. They go for that top lane turret. It's already down. Crystal has been exposed, and they will get the series 2-0. Team Max are now in contention for that top 6th place. Look at them waving the flag.
Waving the flag because they got the 6th place. The only thing holding them back will be the match against See You Soon tomorrow. Team Max is currently at the 6th place, and this team is gunning to go for that play-in spot.
Yeah, I mean, both sides. Oh, Team Max now currently -6, right?
Yeah.
In terms of scoreline. So -6 versus See You Soon at -8.
Yep.
So this means that they just need one game of the series to secure themselves in the top 6.
Yeah, they just need to win one. Even if they get a 2-1, it doesn't matter. They have advantage already against See You Soon, so they have to just win one. If they surprise them tomorrow, like this performance from today, I'm loving this performance from Team Max. That's one of the most important matches for tomorrow's games because there's stakes for the Team Max and See You Soon match for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be crazy. I mean, that's going to be a high stakes match because they're fighting for play-in and tournament life. So Team Max and See You Soon definitely both have to bring in their A game. It's going to be the first game of tomorrow, and followed by that is going to be through the Esports versus Paws Gaming. So definitely, oh my God, there's going to be a good show tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a really good show. I want to see how or who gets into that 6th place with this form from Team Max in where they learned a lot from any adversaries that they tackled. I like this. This is a Team Max that I honestly could be able to maybe topple down some of the teams at the top because they're already showing promise, and Kashimo in this pristine form has been doing so good.
Yeah, Kashimo, Bins, I mean, both of them, they've been playing that macro game so well, right? We're talking about Pro Esports getting those kills. Liang was getting the killer storm strikes, right, onto 2 targets, but didn't matter because Team Max, they had the macro going for them. They were dragging Pro Esports around like a dog on a leash.
Oh yeah, and from what we've seen here for Pro, I think this is gonna be their last chance to, or rather, this was their last chance to even be in contention for the next one. Because with Team Max getting this, as we said a while ago, this is more important for Team Max because they want to contest that 6th place spot. And Pro Esports losing here, they will now be out of the competition, but they still have a match to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, didn't like the Elaine pick, but at the end, it helped out, right? Because there was so much backline dive. And Kashimo, I mean, he went for an interesting build. He went for a tankier build because he knew that he would have to be the pseudo front line, and consistently being irritating at the back would split up the fight. And they used that split to get the advantage onto Flying Gaze. Yeah, these map advantages, they were small. Like, they were below 3,000 from the side of Pro Esports. They got the kills, but this game is not just about the kills.
Yeah, and Pro Esports got a lot of kills that game. They were in advantage when it comes to the kills. They know that they have really good ways to fight, and that's why they were taking those battles. But the problem there is how they rotate around the map. Nobody was farming. Nobody was taking jungle camps. They were all looking for fights. And any fight that they see around the map, or any like 2 people that they see, they were moving there. And that's not good. Team Max utilized that in order to gain advantage against them.
Yeah, and they were playing so split apart, right? Team Max, a potential catch could have ended their streak, but the fact of the matter is they had a Luna and a Lane, and they were using it to a T where, yeah, the Death of Sunset was being teased multiple times just to get away, and Luna just keeps getting that new moon reset. Oh my god, what a play coming out from Bins. That Luna 1v3, 1v4 situation on the top lane, he was still able to get away.
Yeah, he was just running away, and he was just stacking stacks on everybody's head, and he was using it to just go away with another dash. And the reaction coming in from the Team Max after he was getting chased, they were all there to answer back and fight back, and that's why Bins is still going to be the MVP of this game with 31% on the damage taken on 24%, and total gold of 24%.
In a very well sought after status here, the MVP of the game. This guy, Bins, he proved himself on the Luna. And I mean, we were already thinking like, yeah, Team Max, well, they haven't been doing too hot, right? But this new iteration that they cooked up, Chigiri on that mid lane, Zuki's on that farm lane, well, it's something that I should have seen at the start. And now that they found it, I mean, I guess it was a process, but now that they found it, I feel that, yeah, they can actually make it into playoffs.
Yeah, this is a more, or rather a better version of their team, because even before, when Feng Jie was the mid laner for the team, they were already good. And just putting Chigiri on the mid lane really made a big difference for the team as a whole. I hope See You Soon would see this coming, because they probably watched this already and they're taking notes. I hope they're ready for this version of Team Max, because See You Soon, oh man, they have a lot of homework to do.
Yeah, and you mean Zhou Fang on the mid lane. Yeah, because
Feng Jie
is playing for
yeah.
Paws Gaming.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. Yeah, if Zhou Fang on that mid lane was already so good, and I really like the way Kashimo plays, right? Kashimo has the signs to be a mini Snow, and I feel that, yeah, it's really good. Now, Bins, now on this Luna, he really surprised me, though. He's one player that I yet to see him step up, and he's been doing very good on the Agudo.
Yeah.
But no, showing that he has to be a force to be reckoned with on this Luna as well. Now, that's something that these teams are going to have to look out for.
I'm just surprised that they weren't really pulling the trigger out on picking up assassin junglers for Bins, because he hasn't shown this. The only assassin jungler that he has pulled out ever was Lab, and nothing else. They were all giving him the tank junglers whenever they can, and this is the result of just giving it all and giving Bins a chance. Having the Luna, he was able to make like really great plays for the team here.
Yeah, Team Max, I mean, now securing themselves at least the chance to go for the playoffs. Well, we still have to see them go up against you soon, but of course, we do have to say goodbye to Pro Esports, who will be officially relegated from the league. As of this point, I don't think that even a 2-0 win would be able to net them any sort of positioning to fight for 6th place. So yeah, I mean, Pro Esports versus Paradise Esports tomorrow. Paradise Esports will be trying to take points from Pro Esports.
Yeah, I think at this point, there's not really a chance for them to get there, but we are still going to be seeing them tomorrow on their game. Their last game will be tomorrow, and it's against Paradise. But again, it was nice seeing Pro Esports trying their best in this game, but when it comes to the macro, the other teams really grew, and they really need to accelerate in order for them to be in a fighting spot for the next season. But let's take a look at the highlights. We have seen here some good challenges coming in from Pro Esports. Their combo was easy to really execute. Having Flying Ace get a Wind Slash and Lennox just get the Frigid Prison could mean death to the other team.
And the killer knockup coming in from Liang. I mean, this secured them the early stages of the fight, early momentum as well, getting the Tyrant coming through and providing a lot of entryway into the jungle, right? But while all this was happening, if you take a look at Benz and Kashimo, they were the duo of terror on the map, just providing a lot of space. And with that key disrupt coming in with the Unbridled Outburst, it became so useful because it segmented the fight into 2.
Yeah, and that's a fight that they're willing to take on Team Max, because if that's the case, even if you leave Zukis and Shigiri alone, both of them will be able to fight back, because if they have the distance, they will be able to really win those fights. And that's something that I was expecting from them, and they were able to do so. And the last fight here that we've seen some challenges here for the team. I like that Kashimo really respects the distance, because you know what? You can't go crazy on a lane if you don't have a Doya, but we're still seeing Kashimo try to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that Death at Sunset was just used to bring Sakura away so that the damage would not be able to fall through. Now we do have the official standings, right? Team Max, they secure themselves at the 6th position. Pro Esports currently 0-6. Well, currently not able to join the playoffs. Now, the rest of the teams, this is going to be important, especially in the last day. And it's going to be the Impunity versus Ultra Rare Esports, where that 3rd to 4th place will be decided. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Max, they will be going up against See You Soon tomorrow, and that will decide who makes it into the playoffs.
Oh yeah, and it's also important to note that Paradise Esports, if once they get the 2-0 here against Pro Esports, this is going to be done. At that point, Paradise Esports already cemented in the 5th. Team Max just needs to win against See You Soon. Impunity and Ultra Rare are just fighting to get the positioning here in our tournament, which is also an important thing to see. 3rd and 4th place, it's going to be different on who you are going to be fighting on the play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, definitely tomorrow we will round out the regular season. And of course, we will get to see either Team Max or See You Soon getting relegated from the league. Pro Esports, if they win, well, even if they win, sadly for Paradise Esports, they have gotten too many points. And this is why you want to show your best at the start of the league, because Paradise Esports, they were bringing in the heat.
Yeah, they were getting wins for some of the games that we've had, and that's good. Honestly, getting the wins and getting a series win is also almost always going to be important. And right now, with this positioning for the teams, there's a lot of important matches. Both the 6-0 teams, this is something you should look forward to. Fearless versus Paws Gaming will also be tomorrow, so that's a game that I want to see.
Yeah, tomorrow is a day of infighting, right? We got number 1 and number 2 going up against each other. The Burmese region going up against each other. We got the infighting between the Cambodia for that top 6 position, and Paradise Esports going up against Pro Esports. That's going to be just like a consolation match to send Pro Esports off. And hopefully, I mean, they go off in style, because Paradise Esports, they are a team to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah, they're a team that really was in the middle of the pack, literally, here in our tournament, and they're doing well at that point. And I'd like to see more of them for tomorrow. After this is going to be the play-ins, everyone. Tomorrow is going to be a lot of matches for the regular season to just finish it off. And at this point, it's going to be a battle for the 6th place, which is the most important thing for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, they are thinking about, getting through to the playoffs, play-ins. Well, it's still one more day before we can tell you who's going to be going up against who. And yeah, I mean, for these teams, well, they've seen multiple sides of each other. They've had a lot of time to study. We are going to have the last 4, right?
Yeah.
So currently we have played 24 best of 3s as of now. So there's going to be a lot of information on these teams. Of course, they can look up the stats, look up the drafts, look up what they're going to do as they prepare themselves for the best of 5s coming next week.
Yeah, and next week will be that game. But tomorrow, we're still going to have the last day of the regular season for best of 3s we're going to be having for tomorrow's game. So it's going to be exciting. There's a lot of fights. I think we're going to start earlier tomorrow too. So tune in on that, guys. I think it's going to be starting at 4:30 GMT plus 8. But for GMT plus 7, it's going to be 3:30 or 5:30 if I remember correctly. So with this, that is going to be starting that time for tomorrow. Really excited for what's going to happen for these games. But again, we have been your casters for today. My name is Dash and I was here with Noman. It was a nice day, everyone. Don't forget to watch the games for tomorrow. See you guys again soon.